Hello, hello, hello.
Good morning. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. I will request everyone to quickly take your seats and put your mobile phone on the silent mode. We're all good to start in a few seconds from now. Check. Namaste, namaskar to all of you present here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to take the honor of welcoming each one of you present here for the first Altigreen's Dealers Meet. Let's start this wonderful, spectacular, very special day with a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed tour of plant, customer excellence center, and warehouse. I am sure the large factory and warehouse, which is spread across 3 lakh square feet, must have caught your attention. Over and above, I am sure you are much more confident and reassured of our cutting-edge technology product test, world's fastest changing EV, which has proved as game changer in entire EV space. It is our commitment to stay ahead of the curve and strive to succeed in this ever-changing business environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to share a few interesting facts. Altigreen has sold more than 2,000 plus vehicles that have traveled more than 8 plus million kilometers and saved 802 tons of carbon dioxide. With that, we all are here today for a mission which will yield for better tomorrow, mission to make the world better for future generations by eliminating carbon from road transport. I can proudly say that we all are committed for this. When I say this, today for tomorrow. That's our theme. Let's begin once again, today for tomorrow, with a huge round of applause. Thank you. With that, I would like to take this wonderful opportunity to invite Dr. Amitabh Saran on stage, our CEO and founder, to render the official welcome address, and also requesting you to introduce our chief guest for today, and requesting all of you, put your hands together. Let's welcome our CEO and founder on stage. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, so much for being here. You cannot imagine how big of an honor it is for Altigreen, for me personally. You've chosen to partner with us, and that means the world to me. It's opening up new horizons for us as a company. Our growth journey, we'll be talking about it, and we'll be also talking about how you guys can help going forward. But today, for us, it's a very momentous occasion, our first dealer, conference. I'm hoping that we will have many more, and you will find yourself in the august company of very, very good people going forward. And to start things off, I want to welcome a very distinguished guest with us, none other than Mr. Nitin Seth. Nitin, I'm sure everyone knows Nitin. He's been in the industry, in the automobile industry for the last 30 years. A very well-read person, an alumnus of not just BITS Pilani, but also Harvard and Carnegie Mellon and Wharton School. He worked for like 2 decades at Tata Motors, and then he was instrumental in creating the LCV business and making it profitable for Ashok Leyland. And then as part of Switch Mobility, and currently he's the CEO of Reliance New Energy. So without further ado, let me please invite Mr. Nitin Seth to give a good address right now. Thank you so much. Please come in.
Works. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I'm audible. I think it's all audible. Thank you, Dr. Amitabh, my friend Dr. Sham and Sailesh, and obviously I see many dealers who are very familiar to me for over the years, and some of my Tata Motors and Leyland colleagues are also here. So good to see back in the auto industry. I'm no longer in auto, but I'll be presenting for next 15 minutes. Because I know many of you are the automobile dealers of the existing petrol, diesels, and some of them are high-end cars. What is the difference between an automobile and an EV vehicle? Just one thing, because that will set the context of your future. Okay, let me put the reverse way. Why did Tesla succeed when other guys were sleeping? Okay, what is the common between EV and telecom? I think that is the first crux of the issue. The EV is a telecom industry. EV is telecom. If you can't get, and what happens in India on telecom? How many players were there? 2016, 14. How many are left now? 2.5. Vodafone is still there, so 2.5. That is okay, that's a government subsidy, leave that aside. 2.5, why? What did Reliance do to telecom industry in 2016? It gave, in 2016, 90% of the telecom revenues were voice, SMS, voice. There's a problem. So it was voice. Okay, today what is the issue? What did Reliance do? First year it gave data free.
Cordless. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay, I don't know. Data free. Why it gave data free? Because that is the future. What is the future of EV? Is actually data. Future of EV is not vehicle. You will not have service revenue. You will not have revenue from your sale of vehicles. What revenue you will all have is data. So EV industry is actually a telecom industry. A telecom industry where data people pay. So today it doesn't matter what phone instrument you own, doesn't matter. You can own Xiaomi, Apple, everything. What are you consuming every day? Data. What? Because voice is free now, no? Voice is free. So if 90% of the people were thinking their revenue was voice, actually today voice is free. What people are paying today is data. What is EV industry? Is actually data. Is data. And whoever controls data will be the profitable dealer, profitable company, profitable everything. It's data, data, data. Just remember this in your point, data. And you will see what has happened in the last 20, 50 years on automobile industry will happen in the next 5 to 7 years. You know why a Tesla is successful? It controls data. Car anybody can make, no seat, tire, rim, door. But why is that most profitable company in car industry is a company which owns data? What does he own? What does Tesla own? A battery and the software. What does these two people do together? They generate what? Data. He controls data. He does not control the car. Car anybody can make, no? Ford can make, GM can make, anybody can make a car. That's no different, no? But what he controls, which controls data, is the software and the battery which is generating the data. So what is EV industry all about? Data. So who is going to be competition in future? Telecom guys. Let's see some of the things what I will just speak about. Obviously, we are all aware of this. Bangalore is very famous for this. Its future is going to be this kind of stuff. Green. What is hydrogen also? When people think people are getting into hydrogen. My friend Rajesh Motor Sharvik is there. His future is not about trucking. It's going to be who controls hydrogen will control the data. It's a data in the car. 90% of your car, of your future hydrogen truck will be actually hydrogen kit, not the cab and the frame and the chassis. That's not anything, 10%. To the cost of your vehicle is 50% is nothing to do with the vehicle. So let's see this. This video will tell you what I'm trying to tell you.
Alexa, I need to be in the office by 8 a.m. this morning.
There is heavy traffic today. Sending a car for 6:45 a.m.
Can you check if my blazer's ready?
Yes, it's in your locker.
Every point this lady or man is doing, data. It's touching data. You're getting from the home, Alexa is data. You get into your car, is data. You're doing swiping, is data. You're entering the office, data, 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 everywhere, and that is getting captured. If the data is getting captured, somebody will use the data to reach out to you. Today, who does cash transactions? It's UPI. UPI is the data. It's just everything. So money is also physically not required. You don't have to send in the bank. You can transfer everything online. There was a time earlier, remember, some of you are my old age, you'll go and take a token to stand in a queue to say, sir, please token, can you give me some cash? Who does that? So every job is under problem today because of the kind of data you're generating, and we'll become victim of the whole thing. This is where auto will actually go. So what is going to happen now? We are getting a global transport revolution. Everything what you see, 5G. You know why Reliance is giving 5G at the rate of 4G? After spending 88,000 crore, you're still giving 5G at the rate of 4G. Why? I want you to get used to high-speed data. You are using 4G data, now we are getting used to 5G data. That means I want you to get 5G data. That means I want you to get used to high-speed internet, high-speed everything, and therefore you will become further victim of data. See, this is all a game which you are seeing just now, satellite, clouds, semiconductors, auto. So where is the automobile in this? It's beyond what you are trying to sell today in your dealership. In future, it's going to be this game. And can any single guy control it? No. There will be people who will control you. And you will, then those people who control you will actually make the more money than people actually who do physical. You know that the people who make telecom handset don't make money. How does Apple make money? It's the most profitable capitalized company. App Store. It doesn't make instrument anybody can make. You know, instrument of Apple is made in China for $300. That Apple 14 is $300. How much does it sell to you? $1,000. So he is not trying to make money on $300. He's making $700 because he wants you to become used to. It has killed 13 industry. Apple has killed 13 industry. From camera to watch to internet. I can count 13 people he has actually killed with one. He's making money on that. Who is entering the car business in future? Google, Apple. Now you will say these are not the OEMs. No, they are not the OEMs. They will actually control you through their services. They'll make driverless cars, they'll make cars, they will make, you get used to that. Tesla is actually controlling you. These gentlemen are getting into car industry in the coming days because they control data. If you go and drive Tesla, some of you would have done abroad. What is in Tesla? There's an iPad sitting there, which tells you everything, where are you going, what do you want to do, directions. What else in the car? There's a steering wheel, no? There's nothing in the car other than that screen. Who makes that screen? Some people like these guys make the screen. What is behind its battery and the software. Why can't this be done by this gentleman, this gentleman? They can also make, no? I can outsource buying a body. I can outsource buying a body. This is how it's going to happen in the future. Transformation will happen. Revolution will happen. It has linkage to auto where I'm trying to give you the logic. Connected ADAS sustainable EMAS. The last statement I will touch 5 or 6 times today. You are not in a business to sell vehicles. You are in a business to sell services. Please change the mindset of dealership from selling vehicles to selling service. Not your physical service. There is no oil change. There is no thing. Services means customer will say, I want pay per kilometer, I want pay per hour, I want pay per day, pay per month. I want with facility, without facility. You will actually make money if you sell services. Transactions may not matter. So connected, I am not going to touch upon it, given a time bank. These are the 4 ways dealerships and OEMs will survive. People will play roles in this whole process. What is today? Automobile company. Who is going to enter tomorrow? Tech companies. Tesla is a tech company. Do you know what Amazon is all about? Is it an e-commerce company? It's a tech company. He doesn't own any warehouse. He doesn't own any goods. What he owns is an app. You pay through the app. So what is he? He's actually a tech company. He's not an e-commerce company. He doesn't own the goods. So what is the future of dealership? I should not own the asset. I should find the way to own the tech. Provider of vehicles to provider of solutions. You have to change your mindset to provider of solutions. OEM has to support you, but provider of solutions. Petrol, diesel, it can be multiple fuel. Hydrogen, electric, LNG, CNG. Those days of just pure diesel, petrol vehicles are gone. Can you just change it for me, please? It's not changing. From designing vehicles to designing solutions, companies have to change. Again, don't sell vehicles, sell solutions. Right? It will require 100% vehicle sales solution to 50% of your revenue will come from solutions. You don't provide solutions, customer will go away. He will get used to it. So what is the various model likely to come? You know GCC contract, many cities are just introducing. What is trying to do? They're trying to tell STUs are loss-making businesses, pass on the headache to a private company who will maintain everything for me other than the conductor. Give me a solution for a 10-year period. I don't want the headache. Vehicle subscription. People will say, why should I own an asset? I want a services, I will call for a vehicle. Please come and do delivery from A to B. Thank you very much. I don't need to own you. I don't want to own the asset. Vehicle as a service. Amazon, you are aware, doesn't own any asset. He gives a pay-per-kilometer service to a third party who provides either on a volume basis, on a piece basis, or on delivery basis. Why should I own the asset? They will stop owning this asset. And then in future, battery as a service. Today we have subsidy. You can always talk about vehicle. Tomorrow, I think it's a matter of time. Battery will be sold separately than the vehicle. Please. This is, if you see, ride sharing. Why should I own a car? Parking problem, this problem, I want a car, I want a service. I can tell you this Blue Smart vehicle, which I use many times in Bangalore, is better than using a vehicle. Call on the app, he comes on time, drops you on time. Thank you very much. Why should I own an asset? The guy gives me at a cheaper rate than dropping me from A location to B. No parking headache. Try going to MG Road here and start finding a parking. You will go round MG Road for half an hour and then you go home because you can't find a parking. Better take a cab. Uber was a good example, badly handled, but I can tell you many people will come into ride sharing. Everybody can talk about EV transition. You can always debate 20%, 30%, 40%, but you cannot stop this transition. Only the question is timing. Some may do faster, some may do slower, but this is the thing which is coming. This is one example what Reliance is trying to do. I'm not giving a strategic thought that Reliance will get into this middle piece. Services. We will make batteries, we will make hydrogen, we have a Geo app, we can do 100 things for you. Why should I actually get, a lot of people ask me, should Reliance enter two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler? I said, very low margin business. Don't enter that. The money is going to be on this side. Try to do this, anybody can make. Not difficult to make today, an automobile, with the EV in mind. Not difficult to make. Next please. The future is coming on battery swapping. There are a lot of OEMs are trying to block standardization of battery, but when subsidy goes away, battery swapping is going to be the way forward, because many customers, after subsidy goes away, today let's say for example a battery for a two-wheeler is costing you 50,000, is a 30,000, 40,000 rupees subsidy from the government towards buying a two-wheeler. If subsidy goes away, I don't think anybody can own that 50,000 asset on its books. So what people will say, I will take a two-wheeler without battery. Battery is a service I can use for 3 or 4 years and pay per usage, pay per hour, pay per the life. I can play that. And a lot of people will enter this business because it's a very capital intensive business. You have to own the asset in your books. So a lot of people, companies will come up with a lot of capital to enter this business. In a matter of another 2 years from now. Next please. Charging is going to be a different game. Charging is like a petrol pump. Today you have so many HPCL, BPCL, Indian oil pumps. What is charging? It's about like a petrol pump. I'm giving you. But problem in today charging is you're using government electricity to charge a vehicle, which let's say in some state 15 rupees a kilowatt, some maybe 10 rupees a kilowatt. But tomorrow if you inject solar into it, the cost of charging will actually drop down to 10 rupees or 5 rupees. Then what happens? Fight will start. There are companies which have no solar feeding into the grid. Then there will be companies who have solar power feed into the grid. They will start discount war. It will be like this. If you come to X pump for charging, I'll give you 10 rupees a kilowatt. Somebody will say 15 rupees a kilowatt. Then what will happen? People will start going to the pumps or the charging slots where it's 15 rupees to 10 rupees. And who can give you 10 rupees? Who is generating solar power and feeding into the grid. If he feeds into the grid, he gets equivalent amount of units for charging. What is Reliance trying to do? Get into solar power. So if you get into solar power, I can do charging business very effectively. So I come back to what Reliance is trying to do: battery, solar, hydrogen. These are the energy. This is energy game. Next please. Last thing which I am saying, data. How does data work? You need an app, you need 5G, you need towers, you need to capture as many data of you and then use the data to give you benefits. It can be, for example, you shop with me at Reliance Retail, I'll give you 2 points, and if I use, how do you redeem 2 points? Please go and charge. This is how people will get connected in the future. They will tell you to buy something and allow you to redeem that point somewhere else. Where is the vehicle in this process? Customer will not mind. You use my battery. If you use my battery and you shop at Reliance Retail, I'll give you points, and that points you please redeem at charging. Where will the OEM make money in this? Very difficult unless he partnerships. The game is future. Next please, last slide. So this is the last slide for you. What is the future? Cells will be made in India 2025. It's a matter of time. People will make cells. So import from China or Korea has to come down. Therefore, cells will be available local. FAME subsidy will go away. You can't stop it. In China also subsidy went away. It will go away in India also. If subsidy goes away, your vehicle price goes up. If your vehicle price goes up, better start building the business model now. How will I survive when vehicle price goes up? Dealer business model has to change. What we are all used to in a current diesel car industry, truck industry may not be the business model for future. Solutions, I spoke about solution, battery as a service, mobility as a service, vehicle as a service. Start getting used to services and partnerships. You have to bring partners who can do services for you. For example, you would have recently heard, X company is buying 5,000 scooters to give it to Y company. As a service, you will take the asset, put it as service and give it to somebody else, recover money over 5 years, 7 years time. Technology upgrade. EV is one industry like telecom, which will upgrade every year. We cannot live in the past. Today battery was X density, battery will become Y density, become Z density. In 3 years time, you know what is Tesla's trying to do? Everybody says, I want to be a Tesla company. What that man is up to? Okay, you catch me. I'm already ahead with one more upgrade or 2 more upgrades. He will keep me moving ahead because that's where the technology is moving. And new players are likely to emerge which will be not that different as what the past is. So today, for example, there are too many two-wheelers companies, three-wheeler companies, four-wheeler companies. The sequence in that may not be the same in future. So what is my message I'm trying to give it to you is a different industry as I'm seeing it from this side. Very difficult industry to be in. You have to be agile. OEM has to be agile, dealer have to be agile. Otherwise, you will invest money and you will be actually seeing somebody else coming and rocking the boat like telecom. Okay, thank you very much. This is the last slide. Okay. Any last two questions I can take?
Hello.
I've started a dealer conference on the wrong side. Any questions you have?
Anyone, any questions? Please raise your hand. We'll pass the mic.
Won't the batteries for battery swapping be too bulky in case of 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers?
See, it's not about bulkiness. It's a question of convenience. If I'm able to give swapping stations, let's say every 5 kilometers, and if you have a charge of 50 kilometers, why should I, for example, why should I have 5 batteries in a two-wheeler? I'm just giving a 10 kilowatt three-wheeler, or a two-wheeler which a lot of people are trying to give two-wheelers at 3 kilowatt, 3.5 kilowatt. How much time does a two-wheeler customer travel during the day? Some of you travel two-wheelers for a convenience? 20? 50 per day? I'm talking about majority of people. 20? 25? Why should I have 2 batteries in a vehicle? Why am I paying for extra batteries? You know why people are putting 2 batteries in a two-wheeler? Because he thinks he will have no point in charging. That means he's giving him a life of 70 kilometers, 2 batteries, when he's driving only 20. Today, why should I buy a second battery which is, let's say, costing me 35,000 rupees? So tomorrow I say, gentlemen, don't buy a battery, 2 batteries. Buy 1 battery, another battery, take it as service. Second battery is a service. I can use second battery in case on that day I have to go out for long distance. This is the message I'm trying to give it to you. People are being forced to buy heavy two-wheelers, 2 batteries when it's actually not required to be used. I've done a survey where I found the average charging of an Indian two-wheeler customer battery will suffice. One battery of 2 kilowatt or 1.5 kilowatt will suffice. Why am I buying 2 batteries in a two-wheeler? Same as three-wheeler. Why am I slotting 5 batteries of 2 kilowatt? When you buy the asset, I think that is what you need to challenge after subsidy goes on. See, 80,000 two-wheeler in a market when the market is 1.2 million, 12 lakhs. Moving from 84 to 12 lakhs a month is a journey not happen so easily. And 84,000 is happening when it is subsidy. Today all petrol the vehicles are 1.2 lakhs. Sorry, 12 lakhs a month. I think I am feeling this has to be challenged. But there are people who are not trying battery subsidy, battery standardization to happen. I am not convinced we should have excess battery in the vehicle. You should have one battery and other should be on a subsidy basis, service basis, second battery.
You yourself said that battery standardization is not happening. Is there any regulation?
Government is trying.
Nationally and nationally.
Government is trying, but there are people who are lobbying against that to happen because then the government is going to prevail after some time.
But would this be a national policy or international?
Okay, let me put this way. Even if the subsidy, even if the government doesn't send it, what will people like Reliance will do? It will tie up, let's say, with 6 two-wheeler companies, 6 three-wheeler companies, and say, guys, you use my standard battery. At least within them, I can give you a swapping station, then a standardization between them. Why are you paying for it? This has to change. But I am sure government understands this, they will change. Lobbies work in every business, you know that. The rules of standardization are already on the net. But there are people who are not allowing it to happen.
So, I just wanted to seek your advice and suggestion to us dealers for venturing out into the charging station business. Do you think that is a space where we dealers can pitch in and we can compete with some of the larger players who are into this space? And is it the right time to get into that?
See, charging again come back. Charging is not about the box you are putting. Charging is about the services you are providing using a software which is going to generate you revenues. A lot of people misunderstand charging to be that hardware, that box which has come into a dealership. No, that's not the game. The game is what is behind that box is where you will make money. For example, your input cost into that box is let's say 10 rupees. Your output cost from that box is 20 rupees. Taking care of all expenditure, can I make 5 rupees per kilowatt? But then it has to be standardized with the help of the OEM so that all of you guys make money on the services of the charging. Services of the charging, not the hardware. People are misunderstanding by putting the boxes, we're going to make money. No, not going to make money by putting the box. It's like putting a petrol pump, but if I don't sell petrol, what is below in the tank, I'm not going to make money. A lot of people just entering into making money, but they're not creating a USP. Why should somebody charge with you? Not with somebody else. Why should he charge with you? Can I give you an app which shows me all 50,000 chargers in the city as an example? And customer can charge anywhere in the city and you get revenue for the charging he has done not from your premises but from somewhere else, but you get a cut on the premises, on your charger. Unless the ecosystem is built, you will actually not make money. Just putting one charger in dealership is not going to make money. OEM along with you should have to have a surrounding in a city itself, for example. A lot of people have seen the companies for charging, they're not making money, they're losing money. But some people who will have a create an ecosystem will actually get money.
About the battery swapping you were mentioning, I know battery swapping is something which is the future and some of the OEMs have already started. But I'd like to make a point here is, I know why the swapping didn't work out in the initial time or even in some of the present OEM, they didn't come up. It's a big investment.
Scale.
It's a scale.
Scale issue.
Yeah, it's a big investment and providing the network is not that easy. or across India, or taking Bangalore as an example, uh, it's across the Bangalore, the customers are across everywhere, and to make a network in, say, like in 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers is not that easy. And that is why, or the initial players, they all came with the fixed batteries. But a person like Reliance or a big person can easily, with the money power or with the kind of influence, can definitely change the game.
So let me answer this question in the shortage of time. How will you make money? Let's say there are 9 slots. You'll make money if at least 6 or 7 slots are working full day. I made one of my person stand in one of the Bangalore swapping stations. Only one swap happened that whole day. One swap. That asset you will never make money, and why it's not making money? Because the battery which goes into that swap is not standard with 5 other OEMs, so the battery is not going to be used in the swap station at all.
Can I counter this? See, how many OEMs has swapping technology now? Then how can you say that just one person using that? When there are hundreds of people coming, then only this will happen.
Precisely, I come back to the point what I said. Unless you standardize the batteries, which will go, if not with all OEMs, at least 6 or 7 OEMs use
The same type of battery.
This is what I said. That is what we are trying to do as Reliance. I can't change the government rules. I cannot change the government rules. But what I can do is to talk to, let's say, 6 two-wheeler companies, 6 three-wheeler companies, which have the same batteries. And gentlemen, I'm giving you swapping station. Therefore, my swapping station will run because 6 plus 6, 12 OEMs will start swapping in that slot.
Very true.
That is what we are trying to do.
And one other thing which I'd like to know about the hydrogen. One side we are talking about the Altigreen, and parallelly there are a lot of other technologies which is going on. I just would like to know, because hydrogen, some countries are taken up, but not much into a commercial way. But I'm hearing a lot from Reliance, and from your side also I heard, but just to know what is the future of hydrogen.
Slightly digressing, but hydrogen is a future vehicle for 19 ton and above or 12-meter bus and above. The biggest challenge is today gray hydrogen is available. 2 challenges today: how do you store hydrogen? You need specialized tanks, which is 350 bar and 700 bar. Tanks are not made in India. Second, how do you dispense hydrogen? There are no pumps available. So hydrogen, it is 5 years down the line, but on selected routes, you will start seeing hydrogen pumps and also storage on the vehicle. We have made 24 vehicles, they are running. I should tell you, hydrogen is 3 times more efficient than diesel, 3 times. Sharvik is sitting there, a truck, let's say 35 ton truck on diesel gives you 4 kilometers to 4 kilometers to a liter. My initial test results on the same type of truck is giving me 12.5 kilometers per kg, 3 times. Today problem is hydrogen is costing you 500 rupees a kg. If hydrogen comes down to 300 rupees a kg, I can tell you 5 years down the line, this will be one big challenge to diesel. It's not going to take over diesel market, no. Maybe 20% customer will shift to hydrogen 5 years down the line, which is good enough. If you're selling 5 lakhs MNSCV trucks and buses in the country, 5 years down the line, that market, let's say 6 lakh, and 6 lakh 20% shift, you're talking about 1,20,000 trucks and buses moving on hydrogen 5 years down the line. Somebody has to work on this. And if government in the green hydrogen policy gives you subsidy, then the game is on. Not now, 5 years down the line. I think the message I'm trying to, gentlemen, given the shortage of time, we have a dealer conference, I'm not trying to hijack your dealer conference. Please open your eyes to the future. Future is not diesel, petrol alone. Future is going to, because many of your dealers are also handling multiple franchises, diesel, petrol and everything. It is about new energy. New energy can be EV, it can be hydrogen, it can be LNG, it can be multiple things, it can be, but it will no longer be transactions. And your service income is not going to be there in the new energy vehicles because somebody else is controlling that new energy. You have to join hands with some people to make money as solutions. I'm not expecting you to own the asset. You have to tie with some company who will park your asset in their books and gives you 5-year, 7-year returns to the customer. Something like Amazon. Today Reliance Retail also doesn't own any asset. You know, Reliance has 100,000 vehicles for shifting 100,000 vehicles. Not one vehicle Reliance owns. Not one vehicle. It's on third party. Those guys have been told in future, please change to EV. Please come and give me services. Thank you very much, guys.
Kindly stay back on the stage, sir. Thank you so much for taking your time off and basically joining us. And let's thank our chief guest for the interesting and very informative presentation with a huge round of applause. Everyone. And requesting Dr. Amitabh Saran to please come on stage and felicitate. Please come.
Thank you so much. Pleasure. I think we were all spellbound. Thank you so much for visiting us. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Both of you, one photo together. He didn't get one good picture. Both of you in front.
Yeah, sure.
Lovely.
I can say Dr. Sham to come, please, my friend.
Come.
Please, sir. Thank you. Thank you once again to Mr. Nitin Seth. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Kindly
you so
take your
much.
seat.
Thank you.
I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Saran. Sir, over to you. I would request you to welcome our next guest.
Thank you so much, Nitin. It's been a pleasure. I know everyone is probably silent and spellbound at this point. You know, it's like a wake-up call. You know, what Nitin said is definitely something that is possibly going to happen in the future. Evolution, that's how technologies evolve, that's how, you know, things change. Okay, so like I was saying, technologies change. You know, along with technologies, the entire ecosystem changes. I think it's dealer conferences like this where it's our job to ensure that you know, you get a little window to what's going to happen. Now, obviously, things will change. It will take some time for it to happen. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but we have to be cognizant that change is going to happen. I think Nitin's presentation was just amazing for all of us. I will have to work on changing my presentation, but that's another problem that we will fix. What I wanted to do without further ado is to invite a very, very special person on the stage right now. This person is called Mr. Prabhat Agarwal. For everyone's information, Prabhat, you know, can I have the slide on the screen? Prabhat has been the first investor in Altigreen, the first investor back in 2013. Right? He served on our board of directors almost till last year. So he's seen the company since the time it started from 2012 all the way up to now. He's been like a mentor, a guide to us. He's an alumnus of IIT Delhi, IIM Ahmedabad. He is a very, very fond supporter of everything that's about startups and about ESG. So he's invested in over 50 different startup companies across India. And it's a great honor, Prabhat, to have you over here. Please, can I welcome you on stage? Thank you so much. Shailendra, you want to join us on the stage? You want to say a few words, Prabhat, please?
So, Amitabh, thanks for having me here, and it's truly an honor. It's truly an honor. I've been associated with Altigreen 10 years ago when Shailendra and Amitabh visited me in Gurgaon, even before the company was formed. And investing is all about people, betting the right people. And Amitabh and Shailendra had a vision and a mission to fulfill. And today I can see 10 years later, the vision and mission is getting closer to achieving the same. Thanks a lot for having me here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prabhat. Thank you. Prabhat, one second.
Sir, kindly stay back on the stage. And I would also request, I would like to invite our CFO, Mr. Shailendra Gupta, to please come on stage to felicitate. Please come on stage. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prabhat Agarwal. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Requesting
Prabhat.
both of you to take your seat. Over to Dr. Saran, sir. Request you to talk about our vision, mission, and road ahead. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, and thanks again, Prabhat, for believing in us. I think it's very, very important for early stage investors to believe in a vision that we all have as entrepreneurs. It's very easy to come up with an idea. I've always maintained ideas are a dime a dozen. Everyone can think of doing this. I want to make a hydrogen vehicle. I can do this. I can do that. But how do you convert that into reality? You convert that when there is an investor who believes in it, and a sizable investor. Right? It's not about small change. And you all know that very well. So Prabhat has been with us for this time. And thank you once again. And I'm hoping that you will be around for a little more. And, wonderful sessions going to happen going forward. Okay. So can I have the presentation, please? Oh. Okay. I've always maintained this. The whole reason and purpose why we started was because we do believe that, the planet will take care of itself, right? We all know that. I think it's the humans that are the problem, right? We all are beginning to realize that the planet is going through a lot of, change that's happening, and that change is only going to affect the humans in it. The planet was around for the last billions of years. It will continue to be around, so don't worry about the planet. The last thing you want to say is, I'm here to save the planet. Dude, planet doesn't need saving. We need saving. We are doing this for ourselves, right? That's the reality, and that is the fact. What are we doing about it? There are lots of things that have happened. It has become a reality. Things are changing very, very rapidly, whether it's rainfall that happens in the middle of summer or it is, the ice blocks melting. But at the end of the day, this is where your company is today. And I'll be glad to get questions. I'll try to wrap this up sooner. If you have questions about, what Nitinji mentioned, about the pace at which change is happening, about swapping, about these kinds of technologies, very happy to answer those. But this is what has happened in the company so far. What have we been doing over the last 10 years? Today, we are sitting on 28 global patents. Again, this company is about innovation. And I'd be glad to answer questions about innovation that are not just about a specific area or element of the electric vehicle. And trust me, while data is extremely important, there are lots of things that Tesla also does, not just the data. Right? It's about making the right kind of motors, having the right kind of controllers in place, also having very lightweight materials that make the vehicle. So there's a lot of things that we have to do as part of the entire vehicle making process. We have lots of patents on it. Most of these components today, and you've seen that yesterday in our factories, we manufacture these components ourselves, right? We make not just the motors, but the electronics, the controllers, the gearboxes, all that, and you've seen that yourself, right? All that is happening. Software will remain the keystone of our company. AI, ML, and you've probably heard of something called ChatGPT. Anyone played around with it? It's an amazing, amazing tool, right? We are now incorporating that in our vehicles. It's no longer going to be about people typing things. I want it to be so fast that on the basis of inputs that are coming from the driver, it starts making an impact on the controls of the vehicle itself. It's all happening as we speak. We're talking about it. We have pretty much the best range. And what we've built is, we've built it for India. And India that I'm proud of, these are the realities of our country. I've always maintained these are the realities of our country, and we have to make vehicles that are there for this reality. Diesel has done a great job in making sure that they make vehicles that last for all these, whether it's waterlogging, potholes, high temperature, all kind of abuse that happens. We have to make sure it is for us OEMs to make sure that we build vehicles that will be good for all these conditions. And that's what Altigreen has been doing so far. We've tried to introduce newer technologies. There are lots of presentations that you will see going forward, but this is where we are today. And I wanted to take a few minutes to just show you this slide. I was not able to update this with March figures, but this is the reality. This is your company today. It's a fact. This is on the basis of, I'm just showing you YTD numbers for both retail and wholesale. And Altigreen features amongst the top anywhere 4 or 5, but it is the second company as far as numbers are concerned. This is a reality. This is a fact. Big round of applause to the entire team. It's all about a team. It's never about individuals. It's never about technology. It's about a team coming together that is believing in all of this, and you are, all of you. And I'm really lucky to have you also as part of the Altigreen team. But this is where we are today. Nothing against everyone else. They are extremely good players, and we need to have more of these people coming in to create more EVs, because when you have a lot of OEMs in place, that is when a sector gets created. Otherwise, it's only going to be a startup. It's only going to be 1 or 2 companies. But there's a reason why I mentioned these kinds of numbers over here. At the end of the day, you will start noticing other companies being in a position to show numbers and all that. Be cognizant that these numbers are, whether they are for themselves or whether they are for end customers. I will just mention that, but this is a reality where Altigreen is today. We're only going to get better from here. Now I'll do a few slides on what has happened in the last year. Ever since you guys have come on board, this is where the company is. Back in last financial year, we did about a 10 crore revenue. Today, we are at 100 crore revenue plus for this financial year, plus we are at a 40 million ARR, annualized run rate. This is on the basis of the revenues that we are doing today in March. That's how our revenue has been. This is how volumes have been. Think about it. This is your own company. This is something that you bet on, and this is where the company is. We were 197 vehicles sold last financial year. We've done over 2,200 vehicles in this financial year. It's a huge, huge growth for any small company, when you're doing 10x. And trust me, when we did this, it's not about, just switching, turning the switch on and suddenly vehicles start getting sold. It's a process of going from, I don't know, what was the volume? Yeah. Okay, so production capacity in those days was just about, a 25,000 square foot. I think some of you might have seen it, not too many, but we were doing about 200 vehicles monthly to a new production area. You've seen this yesterday. You've been able to do this. This has a capability of doing about 55,000 vehicles on a yearly basis. We've invested in that capacity. We've also invested in about 3 lakh square foot of production area, production and warehouse area. We have long plans in ensuring that we are only going to get better from here. Presence-wise, we were in about 8 cities, till about, I guess about a year back. Only about 15 ASCs, authorized service stations. We did not have any dealers. Today, look at this. We are in 30 cities. We have all of you sitting here who have supported us in the process of getting here, and we have more than 100 ASCs already, and this number is only going to increase from here. There's no looking back. This is how we are going to capture the market. This is how we are going to be there. We had one product with 3 variants. Look at this, right? This is not just something that happened yesterday. It did not happen, today. This is something that has been work in progress. We have been working on ensuring that the quality of the vehicle, whether it is the first vehicle we created or every other vehicle that's going to happen from our portfolio, is going to be as good, if not better, than everything that has been done so far. I've mentioned these 2 vehicles. I think Debashish is going to break the ice on that. But the good part is that there are in series of homologations already. So you're going to see them very soon. A lot of people are waiting for passenger vehicles. You're going to see them in our portfolio this year itself. In the coming couple of quarters itself. We had one application, e-commerce. Look at the applications we have right now. These are real applications. This is where our product is being used today. This is real stuff. This is not a perceived application that you may or may not have, but this is where we are already doing it. All these applications are our current customers who are using these vehicles across India. across the 30 cities that I mentioned. Yeah, 2 financiers. Look at the list today. And we had the privilege of having a very important person from the financing community come over yesterday for dinner. I'm hoping that you were able to interact with them. It'll be a coup if we are in a position to convince him or people like him to become investors, both retail and wholesale. So we're doing our part by bringing all these guys on board because it is very, very important to have financing in place. And we've been able to do that effectively. These are the people who are today financing our vehicles. Some of you will start financing these vehicles, will start working with you guys on financing these even more. Big asset for us, big, huge asset. We were 90 people at the beginning of last year, 2022. We're about 950 plus people right now, 10 times growth in 1 year. Everything takes time, energy, money, a lot of dedication, and I'm hoping that you were able to see some of that yesterday when you visited our plant and you saw the energy in the people there. I can't feed artificial energy into them. People have to buy into the vision. It's similar to, all of you esteemed guests who are sitting here today, right, our partners. You bought into a vision. We have to work on this together. Similarly, each of our employees, each of the people who are working shoulder to shoulder with us also have to believe in a vision. It cannot be just work as usual. You come in, you spend 8 hours a day and you go home. It does not work for startups. I'm not talking about the number of hours that you put in, but the quality of work that you put in. And that's something that we've been able to do. We've grown materially also. We had 1 office. We now have 4 offices. These are small things for you guys possibly. But these are extremely large for a company just to show the kind of development that we're constantly going through. It's not about just saying that, okay, yeah, we're doing this and we now have dealers and we're now pushing vehicles and please sell more vehicles. It's about growth that's happening. This is why we are buzzing with activity. This is why we have the kind of ownership that we've and the kind of systems that we've been able to put in place over here. You were able to see a glimpse of that yesterday. And by doing all of this, it's my feeling that we have reached a place where we've also created some kind of moats against the incumbent players. It's very important for every one of us to realize that we will be constantly competing against the incumbents. We cannot wish that away. We can't say that, yes, this may happen or this may not happen or he's not going to come or I don't know when he's going to come, when he's going to come, I'm going to leave this. Not going to happen, right? Let's make sure that we've realized that these are the kinds of things we will be dealing with on a regular basis, right? They're going to happen in the field. We have to make sure that we realize what their capabilities and what their strengths are, and against that, what our capabilities and strengths are going to be. It's not going to be the same thing. It is going to be very, very different. They come with a different mindset, with a different DNA, right? The DNA is fossil fuel. We have to establish a DNA of electrification. And Nitinji mentioned a lot about the new things that are happening on the DNA side. I think it's very, very important for us to also internalize these kinds of things because they are going to be the differentiator for us. I think these are the moats. And it's a slightly verbose slide, but I think it's important to realize that we have empowered you with lots of things to be able to overcome the kinds of challenges that will possibly happen in the industry going forward. And these are real. This is not just a gas. This is not to say that, yeah, ICE vehicles are this and EVs are that. No, challenges are going to happen, but we've created a nice moat around ourselves to ensure that we will be in a position to meet those challenges because of the kinds of vehicles that we've been in a position to. I mean, each of these are things that we have worked on very closely to create that software architecture, those system feeling that Nitinji mentioned. All that is something that is continuing to happen, and we know that we are going to pursue that even more, right? But now, we are entering a new world, and change is happening. And change is not going to be just continuing change. This is going to be disruptive change that's happening. Disruptive change, right? I've just taken this to show what happened about 100 years back. The left picture is of, again, Manhattan, 1900. There is one motorized vehicle, everything is a horse-drawn carriage. Real picture. Same place, 13 years later, one horse-drawn carriage, everything is a motorized vehicle. Same place. Disruptions happen. Happen for a reason, but they do happen, right? This happened very close to home. You've all been through this disruption. This was the reality. A PCO booth, long lines. Now everyone's carrying a separate phone. Disruptions happen, they happen for a reason. In our case, the entire automobile industry is also going through a disruption. It will take time. It's not something that is going to happen overnight. Guys, please don't take this the other way. Disruption is going to happen. Things are changing as we speak. But the beauty is, you've partnered with Altigreen. You've started your journey in the EV space. Some of you were already there in the EV space. But I can assure you, this is a very, very interesting study I found online. You know, this is back from 2019, pre-COVID. But in those days, if you look at it, a question was asked, will you consider buying an EV as your next vehicle? Look at India. 60% said they're willing to buy an EV. Look at all the other countries, all the developed nations of the world, you know, and their propensity for saying that whether I want to buy an EV or not. So you're in the right place at the right time. Disruptions are happening, and people are willing to accept electric vehicles more and more. It's no longer going to be, I don't know, it's very new technology, I don't know whether I want to invest in it or I want to look at it or not. It's not going to happen like that. And it's very clear. You know, I decided to look at it from the other point. Look at the investments that are happening. Look at the investments that are happening in the electronics and electrical space. And I've actually put the numbers. These are global numbers. Look at the billions of dollars that were being spent in 2020 versus what is being spent by 2030. More than double. That's the kind of investment that is happening on the electronics and electrical side, and hence you cannot switch off the electrical revolution that is going on. Whether it's hydrogen, whether it is any technology, you ultimately will need electrical drivetrains to make that change happen. Don't think that the electrical engine, though there is a possibility on hydrogen combustion engines also, but I do feel that that is a limited scope. I think very soon you're going to see a motor and everything. CAFE norms are hitting, you know, very quickly. You guys know that more than me. You know, it's hitting, so it is going to change, and the transition is going to happen very, very fast. When you have electronics and electrical systems inside, like Nitin mentioned, it is all going to be a game of data. I think he's taken the thunder from this slide, but it's very, very clear that this is an industry in transition. This is an industry that is changing very rapidly. You don't have to start thinking about making a change tomorrow, no. That's not what's going to happen. It's not going to be like, you know, just turn the switch on and suddenly everything is electric and suddenly everything is talking about data. It's not going to happen, you know, especially in a country like India, or for that matter, the emerging markets. You know, autonomous vehicles, all these are important steps. But you look at the diesel, the petrol industry, it has taken them decades to get to where they are today. Even if you look at, you know, the automobile industry, even if you look at the developed nations, they're talking about 2050, 2060 being the place when the tipping point is going to happen towards electric. This is an industry in transition, right? You have to be cognizant of these kinds of things, that these changes are going to happen. You know, automobiles and mobility as a service is transitioning. Now, I'm saying this because that's something that we are partaking in today as Altigreen. This is all the kinds of things that you will start noticing in Altigreen vehicles. This is something that we are already doing today. Safety is going to be an extremely critical thing. It's not just about battery safety. You know, people are talking about batteries, battery explosion, battery fire. I can bust the myth on that. It's not a battery problem. It is only a software problem. The batteries are never at fault. Hardware is never at fault. It's the software that runs on the hardware which is always at fault. And I can say that for sure because I'm a PhD in computer science. I understand this very, very well. You know, safety is going to be very important. Your cars, your vehicles that you are taking from Altigreen are going to be embedded with IS2 6262. There is OTA that is going to get enabled on your vehicles, right? Which means that over-the-air updates. Nitinji mentioned that there is going to be, the slide was made before he actually started speaking. You know, OTA is going to be a reality, right? Software updates are going to happen. Different kinds of things over. Access and usability, IoT is something that is embedded in the core of every Altigreen vehicle. And when I say embedded, it's not a separate box that is sitting outside. You will never see an IoT box in any Altigreen vehicle because the damn thing is embedded inside the display cluster. It's a sealed unit. You will not be in a position to get access to it. No one can break it. No one can change it. That is how core IoT is to us. Every element of the vehicle is enabled with IoT, whether it's the motor, whether it's the controller. You'll be surprised at what kinds of places we've embedded IoT in the vehicle. It is because it is not just about battery data. It is about everything that is being used, including your gas pedal, including your brake pedals, including the way you are driving, how frequently you are doing the acceleration and the braking. There are so many parameters. You can't even imagine the extent of analysis that will be done on this data. Autonomous vehicles, it's happening. AI, ML is part of artificial intelligence and machine learning are part of every Altigreen vehicle today. Baby steps. The important thing is we realize that this is a reality. And this would be a message to all of you. If you have not looked at ChatGPT or any of these newer AI, ML engines, please do. You cannot wish away this reality. It's better that you look at it and you try to imbibe some of it in your day-to-day activities. You'll be surprised to know, I mean, ChatGPT is available free. You can ask it to create a marketing program, a marketing plan for you, a press release for you. It does that in seconds. You know, and this is just part of it. But the real thing is the GPT engine that's running inside. That's the engine we are using to create driver GPT. We are creating a vehicle GPT engine that will be part of our vehicle. That's work in progress. We have PhDs that are working in this specific area. Because we do believe that the quantum of data, the quality of data that we are generating has to be used for the vehicle right then. It cannot be something that is done after the fact. Acha, itna kilometer chalaya tha, itne distance chalaya tha, and all that. That doesn't help me. It helps me if I can take control over the vehicle because the driver is not driving the vehicle properly. I'm not taking control as in doing autonomous driving, no. But to ensure that I can make it more efficient for him. You know, we are doing a lot of work on environmental side. ESG is a big thing for us, battery recycling and repurposing. We've already started work on that. These are important elements for you to realize that Altigreen is not just about giving you a three-wheeled vehicle. All that is important, but you are partnering with a company that is environmentally conscious. It's not just about saying, this is another electric three-wheeler, please try and sell this vehicle for us. No, it's not about that. It's about partnering with a company that is environmentally aware and conscious about our responsibilities towards the planet. Planet will be fine, our responsibilities towards it. You know, compliance, there's a lot of buzz around AIS 156, you must have heard that, you know, fame subsidy. Boss, everything has to end. Right? We also will. Subsidy jayega, yes. But trust me, if you think about it for a second, why did the government introduce subsidy? Why? They introduced subsidies because battery prices were extremely high, correct? There was no way you would be in a position to compete. Otherwise, if you look at the vehicle versus, you know, all the motors and all that versus a regular diesel vehicle, leave aside the battery, an electric vehicle is much cheaper. It's a fact. Batteries were very expensive. So the government said, hey, I'm going to link my subsidy to the size of the battery pack that you have. Subsidies are given to the size of the battery pack. Perfect. This is because the battery is very expensive. Great. PLI scheme has come in. Batteries are now going to be, cells are now going to be manufactured in India, starting 2025. The battery prices are going to come down phenomenally. There is a reason why the subsidy has to end. When the price of the battery is going to be similar to the kinds of things that are already available in the market, why should the government offer subsidy? No, no need. That's where the phasing of subsidy goes away. No country will have that. As long as you've leveled the playing field, no problem. The important thing for us is to realize how do we manage until that time. And for that matter, I am certain that with the various schemes that are running in town and the various kinds of ways in which we are selling our vehicles today, we will be okay. Right? Especially because a company like Altigreen manufactures our own products and all that. This is the entire wagon wheel that ensures that we will have good quality vehicles, number one, to you, which are cutting edge in terms of technology, which will be used going forward. And of course, I won't dwell on this, but data is the key. Again, slide was made much before Nitin showed up. We are cognizant of this. Data is going to be key. Trust me, guys. You know, and it's not about Altigreen's vehicle. You own dealerships in all kinds of vehicles and all kinds of, you know, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, all that kind. You know, be cognizant of this. Just keep thinking about it. That's all. You don't have to do anything. Just be conscious. कि बॉस डिजी यात्रा क्यों हो रही है? Why? You know, why is, you know, everything becoming, you know, this tag, fast tag? It's all data, boss. Someone, somewhere, is collecting this data, knows how many people are going, at what speeds they are going, सब कुछ हो रहा है. That is also data. And this is also data. So data is the key. There is no doubt about it. What you do with it is going to be the king. It's not, there's no point in holding on to data if you're not doing anything with it. It's a useless asset. It's like a car which is parked for 95% of the time in a garage. Doesn't help. Sitting on data will not help. What you do with it, how you analyze it, how you change the performance of things, how you monetize that data is going to be key. I think I changed the slide without any fanfare, but I didn't even know what was happening next. So guys, very quickly, this is something that we're working on. Anything that I show over here remains in the room, but this is something that we're working on. This is a vehicle that has been built ground up, from scratch. Designed, developed, fabricated, once again by us. It's been built for India's need, never happened before. Starting from the chassis all the way up is something that has been designed by us. Keeping in mind, very important thing. Very, very important for us. The driver has to be kept at the center focus. We've interviewed a lot of guys and we realized that there is a reason why they opted for a four-wheel vehicle versus a three-wheel vehicle. We are trying to eliminate all those issues that they had by putting together a vehicle that is capable of doing the kinds of things that a four-wheel small commercial vehicle was able to do. 80% of the use cases. I am a person who's driven by use cases. मेरे को हवा पानी देने की आदत नहीं. What we do is real. We look at use cases and we say, for this use case, this is the vehicle that I am going to make, and these are going to be the advantages that you have in a vehicle. This is a vehicle that will show up in soon. We're working on it. Takes a while, but it's going to happen. This is definitely going to happen. Guys, again, remains in the room. This is something that we are working on. One thing I will say for this vehicle doesn't exist in India. When I put these vehicles over there, it is just as a reference. They're not my competition. It's just a reference. Because this vehicle has been designed keeping use case in mind. We have gone and spoken to our customers. We've gone and spoken to people who are using diesel vehicles today and asked them the challenges they are facing because the environment is changing very rapidly. Use cases are changing very rapidly. You know, till about 2 years back, we could never think of, other than, you know, Domino's pizza showing up every 30 minutes, we could not think of, you know, bhaiya dahi bhej dena. You know, in 10 minutes, you know, curd shows up at your home. But this is a reality. We could not think of these kinds of things. So suddenly the dynamics of the entire market has changed. We are working on something that does not exist. It's a very weird combination, but it's, you know, it's got everything that you would want in a truck when you are sitting there yourself. Initial prototypes are being worked on right now. From whatever I have driven, dude, I want to own one. Probably get rid of my car and driving one of these. And hence, this is what Altigreen is going to be. This is what you are going to have. And this is work in progress. You know, it opens up a very, very large market for us. And this is all happening. Part of it is happening this year itself. This is something that you're going to see right away. This is something that you're going to see very soon. in the next year. But I just wanted to open this as a vista so that you know that this is what the company is working on. This is work in progress. This is not a plan. This is not an idea that we have. This is reality that's happening. A lot of it is already in prototype stage. We will be getting to homologation as and when we get to a place where we're doing this. And there, we are cognizant. Battery kaun si hogi. You know, I'm not a proponent of swapping. But, you know, whether it be swapping or fast charge or what it's going to be, where, how are we going to use this, and what routes are we going to use this, all that is being worked on. It's not something that we will just give you a vehicle and say, becho. Nahi hota. You know, there's a plan behind this. All I have is a few asks. And I put that down. I know Devashish will not like this, but I put these down. You know, I just want us to work together on this, really. I've seen this. I know that, you know, these are the realities that we're going to see, not just in this, but across the segment. You know, I would want you guys, you know, you are in the ICE field, you're doing all this talk about an electric vehicle just as it was an ICE vehicle. It's a new technology, I understand. It's a new reality. But talk about it like, you know, you were discussing any other vehicle. It's not, you know, it has to be segmented and kept away. You know, I've also seen a huge difference when salespeople and service people are very, very technologically savvy. Just when you're hiring people, just be a little conscious about that. You know, I'm not saying that they should throw numbers constantly at a guy who's showing up. Nahi, wo nahi. But they should understand the reality of what's happening inside. If you have that, it makes a huge difference. So this to me is very important. This is going to be our differentiator when we are talking about competing with the large guys. You know, it has to be about caring for the customer. This is a beaten down guy who shows up at your doorstep. That change has to happen. You know, I've also figured out on ground. Don't worry about anything else. Do on ground activities. It works really well. You know, I think we always talk about range, talk about other things. Seeding the market. I think Nitinji also mentioned. I think it's important to do some of these kinds of activities yourself. You will find change very, very quickly. But you will have to take some of these initiatives in your hand and then make that happen. I want this to happen. You all have websites, do cross-linking. You know, that is how we engage. That is how people coming to your site or coming to our site are able to engage with you. They're able to see something. Some of that will be for a driver owner, some of that will be for a financier, some of that will be for a fleet company. There will be all these kinds of places. I want people to be in a position to see this as part of a digital world. And I end by just this picture. To me, it's a very, very important, very interesting picture. This is something that happened in Patna. He's an auto rickshaw guy. You know, he came in to buy, he saw this, and immediately took off his gamcha, tied it, and said, "Meri photo khicho." Reality. This is where the world is moving. This is where India is moving. People are cognizant of electric vehicles. Thank you so much for being part of this journey with us. Thank you. Truly appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saran. Kindly take your seat, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Up next, I would like to invite Mr. Shailendra Gupta, co-founder and CFO, on stage to throw light on manufacturing and supply chain excellence, financial tie-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's welcome our co-founder and CFO. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Over to you.
Hi, good morning. First, of course, warm welcome and hearty thanks to each of you, not just for being here yesterday, today, but for being a part of the Altigreen team. Without you, it's very clear that Altigreen cannot achieve its objectives. And of course, you know, there's extreme gratitude that you are part of the team. So thank you very much for that. I don't have a presentation. There are no slides to change. Today, I just want to talk about a couple of things that come to mind. I'm grateful to Mr. Nitin Seth for taking time out from his busy schedule. He came. He kind of, you know, put us all into a spell. Fascinating to hear what he said. Some of that is already familiar to us. Some of you are dealers of, for example, MG Motors, MG vehicles. Surely you know the tagline of MG, Internet Inside. We all know about data. I think it's a very timely warning from him that data is becoming more and more important for all of us. No doubt about that. At the same time, we have to be cognizant that data is always based on hardware. Without hardware, there is no data. And the use of data eventually feeds back into something physical, into hardware. So long as we understand the relationship between these two, and we apply our mind to see how things are changing, how data is interacting with the hardware, and how it's helping us in our lives, I think we'll all be in the right place. But today, what I really want to talk about is what is Altigreen? And I'm sure you've heard this from Amitabh, from Debashish, in each of the dealer inaugurations. I'm actually quite surprised as to how Amitabh managed to do this 30 times. You know, the same things, and 30 times is at the inaugurations of each of your dealerships. He's done it another 30 times in the last 2 months with every investor that we've spoken to. But I do want to still spend 5 minutes on that. Altigreen is not primarily an EV manufacturing company. It's not. We started out with a vision 12 years ago. And the vision is something larger than any one of us. That vision has nothing to do with, well, it didn't start out with, I think some of this is getting incorporated, but it didn't start out with saying that we have to improve the lives of the auto driver. We have to make it easier for him to deliver goods, or we have to put more money in his pocket, you know, total cost of ownership. The vision really was what Amitabh said in the beginning, is how do we make the planet more hospitable for humanity? You've heard these numbers, you've heard the statistics. I will not go into them as to how many people are affected on a daily basis. You know, the basic concept of electric vehicles tells us that EVs are going to displace ICE vehicles sooner or later. The problem lies in that statement, sooner or later. Is it going to be sooner or is it going to be later? If it is business as usual with the ICE vehicles, and all of you are partners with the incumbent ICE companies, whether it is car manufacturers, whether it is commercial vehicle manufacturers, but if it is left to business as usual, ICE vehicles will continue to be sold for the next 50, 60, 70 years. And every year that ICE vehicles get sold, there is harm to us, to you, to me, to my children, to your grandchildren. Some of you have your second generation here. And so the vision of Altigreen is to bring forward this transition. What everybody else says, whether it is Maruti Suzuki, whether it is Ashok Leyland, whether it is any of these companies, that they say that, okay, you know, diesel and petrol vehicles will still be 80% of the market 40 years from now. Fair enough, that's their perspective. Altigreen's vision is to make this change happen in a matter of 5 years. 5 years from now, we want to see not a single ICE three-wheeler being sold in the country. Not one. 100% of new three-wheelers to be sold in India 5 years from now will be electric. And Altigreen will be at the center of this. Whether we are the largest, whether we are the second largest, whether we are the third largest, I won't go below that because we will not be below that. Take it from me. But that's what we want to do, because that's what makes a difference. Our vision is carbon-free transport. You've heard this phrase, you've seen this on some of our literature, you've heard other people talk about it. Our vision is carbon-free transport. How do you save lives? You save lives by ensuring that ICE vehicles are made obsolete sooner rather than later. And so therefore, Altigreen is not a short-term company. Altigreen is not a company that is created today and is sold tomorrow. We are not a startup in that sense. We are building a company which will be here for 40, 50, or 100 years. And that takes some energy. You have chosen to put your energy along with ours. You've seen the team yesterday. You've seen the team over the last 6 to 8 months that you've interacted with Debashish, of course. You've interacted with Prashant. You've interacted with Menak. Yesterday, you got a chance to interact with the back-end people, Rahul, Vinod, others. These are serious people. They chose to join Altigreen. They come from companies that are household names across the world, whether it's Toyota, whether it's General Motors, whether it's Mercedes-Benz, Honda. They chose to join Altigreen for the same reason, I hope, that you chose to join Altigreen, which is to transform society, transform this country, and not just this country. Altigreen's vision is not limited to just this country. We are going to grow beyond this country as well. And maybe, hopefully, some of you will partner us in that journey. And therefore, given this vision, given what we want to achieve, Amitabh spoke a little about, in his last slide, about what he's expecting from you. I'm going to tell you what we are going to provide you to help achieve this. Most important, we are going to provide you a promise that we are committed to this journey. The Altigreen family, not just the founders, but we are 950 people strong. We are committed to this journey. We will do whatever it takes to provide the best vehicles, not just the best electric vehicles. We will provide the best vehicles which you can then send out to the customers, provide to the customers, whether as a transaction or whether as a service, like Nitin said. But these will be the best vehicles for serving your customers' needs. That is a commitment from us. The other commitment you get from us is that we are here for the long term. And you've started to get some feel for that. We spent 10 years in R&D before we sold the first vehicle. We spent 2 years in R&D before we even incorporated the company. Before we went to Prabhat, who I will, of course, be eternally grateful to, we went to Prabhat and said, look, we've done the proof of concept. Do you believe in this vision? And he believed in us. So 2 years of R&D before we incorporated the company, 8 years after that, before we sold the first vehicle. This is a commitment not just from the founders and from the Altigreen team, Altigreen employees, or Altigreen people who work at Altigreen 24 hours a day, but this is a commitment also from our investors. Before Reliance and Sixth Sense and Exponentia and others invested in Altigreen, we've had a bunch of investors who've been supporting us from 2012 onwards, and not a single investor has sold a single share so far. In fact, many of them have reinvested. Round after round after round, they've reinvested. So that's the commitment that you are getting from us as our dealer partners, as our investors. That's the commitment you get from us, that we are here for the long term. The rest is a matter of detail. You've seen a glimpse of some of the products that we are going to bring out. We are focused on data. We've been focused on data from the day the company was named, right? But I have to say, data is based on physical stuff. And if the physical stuff is not superior to everything else, if the motor, the controller, the battery, the DC-DC converter, all the EV components, they have to work as a great system. And if they're not a great system, whatever data we have will be worthless. But and that's the other side. Today, our systems collect data, 200 parameters every 3 seconds. We know everything that's happening in the motor, in the controller, in the battery, in the vehicle. I don't understand how it's done. Honestly, I'm not a tech guy. I don't know. I have no clue how it's done. But Amitabh and the other, the team have done it. There are a bunch of PhDs who work on this. I just look on in admiration as to how they do that. And that data will feed back, not just into monetizing the data, into earning money from that data, but also into improving the vehicles. And that's why I say very confidently that our vehicles will always be the best. Because this data, 200 parameters every 3 seconds, this is data that we are already analyzing and improving our vehicles. And you will continue to see this year after year after year. I can sort of go on and on about it, but there's been a lot of talk from our side. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. But I know I was introduced as saying, I'll talk about the supply chain and manufacturing excellence and all that. You guys have seen that. Let me make it in one sentence. Our supply chain, whatever issues were there over the last year, have been fully sorted out. The team has gone from 90 to 950. They're focused on the supply chain issues. You've seen the manufacturing excellence yourself. Today, I can tell you, whatever number of vehicles you order, they will be supplied to you with 0 delays. So let me take care of that part of it in one sentence. Any questions you have, quickly before the other members come on stage. So if you have any questions, happy to answer. Okay, seems we are done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Take a seat, sir. With that, we'll take a short break of 20 minutes of tea, coffee. I'll see you all after 20 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request each one of you are outside the hall. Do come inside and take your seat. We're all good to start. If you're still having your coffee and tea, it doesn't matter. Get your coffee and tea inside the hall and take your seats.
This is ahead. This is green is ahead. Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Yeah.
Please do come inside and take your seats. We'll start, Ashish. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a refreshing break, good coffee and tea. With that, let's move on to the next presentation, which is very interesting, and the topic is the market, cohorts, and selling strategy. For this presentation, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Debashish Mitra, Director Sales Service and Marketing on stage, requesting all of you present here, put your hands together. Let's welcome our Director Sales Service and Marketing on stage. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So I hope we had an interesting session in the first half, hearing Mr. Nitin Sheth and then our founders, Amitav and Shailendra. And we could share some of the very longer insights of what Altigreen is standing for, what Altigreen was founded for, and what Altigreen will stand for tomorrow. My presentation will be somewhere around 45 minutes to 50 minutes, which will be followed by one of our very distinguished guests present here from Flipkart, Senior President, Mr. Vinod Giri. He'll be following and sharing what's happening in the e-commerce world. My presentation will definitely have a lot of data points, which may be interesting to you. It will talk about maybe the next 1 year, how the industry has been, how has been your industry has been. And so if you want to note down some data points, maybe this is a good time to do so. So if you see financial year 2020, the total three-wheeler industry, all fuels, was around 6 lakhs. During COVID, the market crashed. It came down to 2,27,000, and it is now gaining back volumes. It gained from 2021 to 2,27,000. It gained 17%, 22 to 2,65,000, and the current financial year, it has gained back 80% market growth. This has nothing to do with EV. This is the total three-wheeler industry. FY22 to FY23 has gone by 80% growth. This is a fact, real numbers from Siam and Vahan. First point. Second, within this three-wheeler industry, now we are narrowing down and talking about only EV and only cargo.
Only EV and only cargo. So if you talk about only cargo, the market, which was 114 or before the COVID, came down to 88,000. So during COVID, you see the cargo industry didn't crash. Passenger did. And it has gone up from 82 to this year around 1 lakh, the total cargo industry. And just, gentlemen and ladies, please see the EV penetration of this. And when I'm saying EV, I'm talking the L5 category. I'm not considering the L3 small three-wheelers. The category which we are all present in, because this category was born somewhere around FY 2020, where the large players, Mahindra, Piaggio came, and also the players like Altigreen came in the game. And see the penetration, how, and serious numbers are jumping in. So I'm not talking 2030, I'm not talking electrification 2050, those are future. Maybe I reserve it for senior speakers, but I'm talking about reality and facts. The cargo industry, where we are right now with our current product, Neve. There are many reasons for that, of course. You can see it on the right-hand side. But one of the most important reasons, please look at the fourth point, that in the last 5 years, how has been the rising levels of the fuel prices? There has been an increase of 48% in the diesel price and 95% on the CNG price in the last 5 years. This has been a very important driving point in the economics of adoption of EV. Of course, the e-commerce industry did it for pollutions. Of course, the reach has improved, dealer profitability, policy rollouts. But I think the economics of the whole electric vehicle proposition with the rising fuel prices has been one of the major drivers which are changing the game and increasing the penetration of EVs. This is cargo. Let's have a look at the passenger segment, what happened. So the total passenger segment, that is all fuels, was around 5 lakh, and see how it crashed down during the COVID. It came down to 1 lakh 39. It had very small growth to 1 lakh 83, but the way it has recovered in the last 1 year, and from 183 it jumped to 3 lakh 76. And please look at the EV penetration. So this is again, I'm saying, I'm not talking totos and vehicles and small rickshaws. I'm talking about the L5 category, which is the, and there are only 2 players right now, serious players who are playing this game. I mean, the others have not yet entered. This has been the EV penetration from 0% to 1% to 2% to 5%. This has been the serious EV penetration in the passenger three-wheeler segment. Now, what are the market cohorts? This is the interesting slide. I think instead of focusing on all markets, you might find yourself in the specific market. You can note it down rather than taking pictures, I would say. Specific markets, please refer to your market. So this is the last year data, okay? This is the total industry volume of all fuels. That means in your state, how many three-wheeler has been sold is the first column. In this total volume, please have a look. I'm talking only cargo right now. Only cargo, L5, only electric. How many electric vehicle was sold out of that in your state? And what is the EV penetration in that particular state? This is real figures. This is not future. And there, what has been Altigreen volumes and what is Altigreen market share in that particular market? Ladies and gentlemen, it's proud to say that a company which has started selling only 2 years back and actually have a dealer network only 6 months back started, we are holding a 24% market share in a state of Karnataka, vis-a-vis the large giants like Mahindra, Piaggio and all. We are holding serious market share of 24% in Tamil Nadu and others. Of course, we cannot compare everybody because the time of the dealership's opening has been staggered. Somebody opened in October, somebody in November, somebody as early as in January, and somebody maybe 30th of March. But this is where, so there are, the message I would like to see is that please see the EV TIV in your state. This is last year figures. Genuinely, there are being vehicles sold. Either we are selling or somebody else is selling. Same figures for the other markets. You please have a look. Our numbers may be somewhere small or somewhere high, but see like a state of Delhi. In a state of Delhi, the EV penetration in cargo is 61%. That means 60% of the cargo vehicles sold in the market of Delhi are electric vehicles L5 category, where we are a serious player. So this lies a huge opportunity. So there are 3 levels of opportunities. Please understand. One, the TIV will grow. Why it will grow? Because I said in the earlier slides, the market is recovering. Second, the EV penetration will grow. The EV TIV, the EV percentage of penetration. And third, with all our efforts, Altigreen market share has to grow with the total new product portfolio and your efforts. So there is a 3-level growth, the market, the penetration, and our efforts and market share. Next year, how are we looking at the market and what are our projections? So, our projections that for 23-24, on the cargo side, the market will grow by 56%. It might sound big, but when I say the last year it grew by 25%, 56 is not a big number. Electrification was last year 18%, we are assuming it's 35%. And if I combine the growth, the EV TIV of cargo will have a 200% growth. So whatever numbers you saw in the last slide of your particular state, the total market size will be having a 200% growth is what we assume. On the passenger side, we have taken a very conservative projection of market growth, 20% only. And 20% is a small number because last year the total market grew by 105. You might ask me why we have taken a conservative projection. Because last year the growth was phenomenal. As I showed you in the previous slide, if you see, passenger market has grown by 100% last year. Since the growth was very heavy, the base is small, we have taken a conservative projection for the next year growth projections. And with that, since the base is very high, I have taken a 20% growth. In that, last year was the 5% penetration. We are expecting a 15% penetration this year with electrification. Combined of the two, we are expecting the market will grow by 244%. The figures may be anybody's get. It can be 211 or 200, doesn't really matter. Whether it is 244 or 215 doesn't really matter. But the message what is being, what I would like to communicate, the growth is not 10%, 15% or 20%. Because it's a exponential growth which is happening in the electrification of the cargo and passenger market. What are the growth drivers? Of course, the growth drivers is overall market expansions. Now, we might be talking about new players coming in, whether it's a Bajaj or a TVS, but as new players come in, there is always the overall expansion because they will utilize their new products, they will push things in the market with their dealerships, they'll push financiers for the finance, and as a whole, the overall market will accept. Second, the adoption will be much more swifter. Right now, there are only few industries who are adopting EV. However, we are seeing many industries now coming in and adopting EV, whether it's a large industry like FMCG is coming in, or it's a medical distribution which is coming in. So there are many new industries which are also getting into EV adoption. It was started, of course, by the e-commerce giants, but now the new industries are happening. Even ITC is talking about it, Hindustan Lever is talking about it, Coca-Cola talking about it, Procter & Gamble talking about it, and they are all seeding vehicles. I'm not talking concepts. All of them are buying 5, 7, 10, giving it to distributors and testing. If we do not take this industry seriously, we might miss the opportunity of 5,000 vehicles. The decisions on the first 5 makes the next 100, and the next 100 builds the next 500. So right now, everybody is trying the EV and trying to understand the economics, the learning of it, how their distributors are able to manage this show, how drivers are accepting it. So everybody is trying to get inside it. There is a lot of switch happening from 4-wheeler to 3-wheelers. I've been discussing with one of the partners of why we are talking 3-wheelers. Gentlemen, I have been in my previous organization, I had been with Greaves Cotton. In Greaves Cotton, my role was to sell diesel engines. Barring Bajaj, every manufacturer in the country of 3-wheelers buys a Greaves engine. So when we were moving from BS4 to BS6, there was a lot of discussion in the board that will the 3-wheeler market exist when BS4 to BS6 moves in, and whether these volumes will be able to be sustainable. You saw the market. Post the BS6 also, the total market grew and grew. Why? There are fundamental reasons. One, for a country like India, of course, there is a lot of improvement on the roads, improvement in the villages, improvement in the cities. But in a country like India, still there are lanes and bylanes where a four-wheeler cannot go. Point number one. Secondly, this is the cheapest mode of transportation across the world. That's why India is the highest country which manufactures, or maybe the only country which manufactures these numbers of more than 1.5 to 2 million of EVs in this country and gets exported to across the world. We are a third world country. The cost of transportation of a cargo, whether it's a last mile in the city to your packets, or it's the distribution of fishes in the villages, or it's a human being getting transferred from a location A to location B, there is nothing cheaper than an EV. Nothing cheaper than a three-wheeler. In a four-wheeler category, when we compete, when we talk about why switch is happening from four-wheeler to three-wheeler, let me tell you that the new way of transportation, in the last mile transportation, the definition of transportation was earlier by tonnage. 1-ton vehicle, 2-ton vehicle, 5-ton vehicle used to define the vehicles by the tonnage. However, because of the new type of transportation, the definition is no more by tonnage. It's by the volumetric capacity. How many packets can get inside? It's the size which matters, not the weight. So when it comes to the volume, what is important is the total volumetric efficiency. So for a 500 kg or a 400 kg or a 600 kg payload, you don't need a large vehicle like a Tata Ace, which is on a diesel costing you 8 lakhs, or on a EV Tata Ace cost you 11 lakhs. If the same good job can be done in 80% cases, except the large category, with a 4 lakh rupees EV, with a 1 rupee per kilometer cost, vis-a-vis a diesel four-wheeler at 8 rupees per kilometer driving cost. This is a substantial. Many of the players have adopted EV, even for the mid-mile, which was unheard of 2 years back, replacing a four-wheeler with a three-wheeler because of the nature of transportation. Altigreen's projections, we are very ambitious. We moved from 200 2 years back to 2,000 last year, and next year we want to go to 20,000. You might call it very ambitious. We are talking about not 10%, 20%. We are talking from 2,000 to 20,000. Now, first of all, we have to believe it. If we don't believe it, if we feel that figures are made for the sake of Excel sheets, we will not be able to achieve anything. First, it has to be internalized and believed. How is it possible? It is possible by, one is you, the most important network. We have been sold in few cities, maybe 1 year back. But now we have the 30 cities sitting over here where we are penetrating, and we'll penetrate more cities with you. With you. It is not about expanding means more and more dealer partners, no. It may be same dealer partner, but multiple locations. There are many of you who has actually have sales points or dealerships in multiple cities. So network is a very important, reach. Second is product. We are talking about a couple of new products across the line, which I'll talk in the subsequent slides. So product and reach will be two important part of Altigreen growth. So I spoke about the total industry will grow. Second, I saw the electrification will grow. And electrification, Altigreen market share will grow with the product and the reach. Altigreen growth drivers, we are putting into 4 buckets. First of all is the product excellence. Our differentiation is our technology. At the end of the day, we started with the belief that technology and innovation can make a difference. And we have been still, and we will be in the future, holding on that this will be our cutting edge, which makes Altigreen a very, very different player. We are a made in India, we are make for India. We deliver and develop products in India for India. We are not importing technologies. The new product launches I spoke about, customer centricity, we'll talk about in the subsequent slide. This will make a huge difference in the cargo vehicle market, because this vehicle is a livelihood for drivers. And you will see in the subsequent slide that 95% uptime is of our vehicles. That means across the country, whatever number of vehicles Altigreen is driving, 95% vehicles are on road every day, every month. And we track the data on a daily basis. I'll showcase it to you. Second, I already spoke to you about the network and reach. We are right now in 30 cities. We want to reach to 70 cities in this particular year. Third, of course, there has to be a brand awareness. People have to understand this. And I'll elaborate that in my subsequent slide. Lastly, I call it the Nevonomics. It's Neve is our product, and economics, that's how we got the word Nevonomics. Most important, how many of you really know that vis-a-vis our immediate competition, our spare parts are 50% cheaper? I'll showcase you the exact pricing of the elements. 50%, not 5, not 7, not 10. We are cheaper in spare parts. Nobody looks at that because the vehicles do not require parts, but in 1 year, 2 years down the line with wear and tear going up, you'll require that pricing. That will make a difference in the industry. In terms of total cost of ownership, electric Altigreen vehicles are 30% lesser than diesel three-wheelers in terms of total cost of ownership. Most of the people look at the initial prices, but what makes a difference for EV is not the capex, but the opex. The opex is the more important part. Vis-a-vis a CNG three-wheeler, which has been the popular game in the market, we are 25% cheaper. And against the diesel four-wheeler, we are 40% cheaper. This is going to be a major driver in the types of growth we are talking about. Let's talk about product. Right now, we only have the right-hand side Neve, single product, last 1 year, which all of you know has been very well established across the market because we have 4 important points. We have the highest ground clearance, 220 millimeter. Even four-wheelers doesn't have. They have around 170, 180. We have the highest volumetry capacity in the country. After around 2 years also, nobody has been able to catch up. And this is a homologated product. This is being approved by ARI. It's not, and it is being specifically fabricated with special material for us by our vendors and our engineering team. So highest ground clearance, highest volumetric efficiency, highest range. On a single charge at home with a 16 ampere socket, we deliver 120 kilometer on road with load. This is not a ARI committed figure. I'm not playing with ARI numbers that in a particular slope, on a particular situation. On road, with load, we deliver 120, and this is the biggest USP of Altigreen. So this has been our differentiators till now. However, we are extending the product range in both sides. This is where most of the competition is playing right now. So when you actually face a competition, you say that we are not able to compete because they are 30, 40,000 cheaper than you. Why we are cheaper? Because they are using a smaller battery size and a smaller range. Fine. We will also have a product which is Neve Bhai. So if you have a lower range requirement, customer has 90-95 kilometers. Fair enough, we have a product which will compete with the Mahindras and the Piaggers of the world. Customers who has a 120 kilometer range requirement will go for our Neve. And customers who has requirement of 160 kilometers and above, in a single day, maybe 2 shifts or 3 shifts, we have the Neve Tez. Now Neve Tez, which is right now in Bangalore, our fast charging model, which we just delivered 200 numbers a couple of days back, operates right now with 2 ports. It can be charged at home with a 3.5 hour charging, or normal charging, or it can be charged in a fast charging port with a 15 minutes. Now, what we are coming up with is the 3rd port. For markets like Delhi, where there's a lot of DC chargers, the same vehicle can charge at home 3.5 hours, the DC charging network in 45 minutes to an hour, and the fast charging if you install the station within 15 minutes. The same vehicle. This is unique in the whole industry. Nobody has 3 options to play around with. So if it's a MLO operator, market load operator who wants to take it home, please take it home. If you want to do a fast charging station, you have, fine. If you don't have another of the 2, you go to the network, you still charge the vehicle. This is a unique proposition to extend the product from single product to 3 different products, changing the batteries. All the 3 vehicles has different batteries. And of course, in different price points. At the highest price point, this will come the number 2. This is the cheapest. This is the cheapest. The price fit. If you see the price, right now what we are selling is at 4.35 lakhs. And Neve Tez comes at 3.7 lakhs. And Neve Bhai is somewhere in between. And this is the ex-Bangalore price. If you go to Delhi, it will be 30,000 more cheaper because thanks to Delhi government. And if I talk about 3.40 Delhi price, is it really worth challenging a diesel vehicle which is 3.15? At 25,000 extra, you are getting an electric vehicle versus a diesel vehicle. And if I talk about the benefits, this vehicle operates at 92 paise per kilometer, vis-a-vis a diesel vehicle at 4 rupees a kilometer. If you want to compare this vis-a-vis a swappable battery solution, we have been talking from the morning. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, a swappable battery solution, the power cost is 25 rupees per unit. And this comes at 15 rupees per unit. There's a huge difference. There's a huge difference. This is the lowest power cost. And here we are talking about 3,000 cycles guarantee. We are saying, other players say that you do a fast charging for 5 days, don't go for a slow charging for 2 days. But our batteries are made for everyday fast charging for 3,000 cycles for 5-year worrisome warranty. We are entering the passenger segment this year. This vehicle has gone to many of your markets. We have got mixed feedback. Some people saying that this might be a slow vehicle, how does it look? Some people saying, I'm waiting with the booking, when will you give it to me? Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and all exist in the same room. There are many dealers who are waiting with the booking and saying, kab vehicle aayenge. And some of them still saying that, I'm not too sure whether this will go ahead with the state level authority. It's difficult because the STA rules for different states are different. The needs are different. The RTO's requirements are different. So I may not say this is a vehicle for Mumbai. No, not at all. But this is definitely the vehicle for Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Assam, Kerala. This is going, a lot of people are looking at school vans. You look at this market, this is a semi-rural market. This was being ruled. If Piaggio in this country has been made, it is because of this vehicle. The look and shape is different. The look and shape is different. Please look at in your cities. Myself and Amitabh, we have been traveling. He traveled all the 30, I traveled 27 of them. And keenly, we have been arguing with each other and friendly talks. Devashish, why can't you sell this vehicle? I said, this is the box, this is the dealer's feedback and all. He says, boss, dekho, how people are traveling. People are hanging from the vehicle. Please have a look at the Piaggio Apes and the Atuls and the Continent and the vehicles of Atul in your cities. Please don't compare even the city like the outskirts of Delhi, Haryana. You see the vehicles which are running. This is going to be a change. Purely economics. It's pure economics. And this vehicle is almost ready. We call it the Neve Rahi. You saw it yesterday, which will be there available from somewhere around early July. This is the illustration, this is just an image. The D+3, which is a normal 3-wheeler auto, it will also be launched by Altigreen by this financial year, maybe towards the 3rd quarter. We are working closely. This will be the urban vehicle. This is going for semi-rural, outside the city limits. This is going for pure D+3, driver plus 3, which is your normal auto, what you call in the city. We are working very closely. I think we will have an announcement soon. And this is reality. It's not a concept vehicle. Whatever I'm showing you, Amitabh showed are a little ahead of what Altigreen future. And what I'm talking is Altigreen today. That's the thing. And Nitin spoke about future of future. So there are 3 levels of things. So we have to take all the messages in a 3 phases. He spoke about a longer future. Amitabh spoke about a next 2-3 years future. And I'm talking about today, next 1 year horizon. In terms of product support, so the vehicles will only sell or the customer satisfaction will only happen if you have a proper product support. At the end of the day, we are selling to daily earners whose livelihood depends on this vehicle. They earn 17, 18, 19,000. And if the vehicle doesn't move for a day, they lose 1,200 to 1,300 rupees. That's the penalization they are facing. They cannot afford. It's not a car business, gentlemen. You can afford to leave your car at home and take a taxi to office. Or you can give a car for servicing and take a friend's car in a drop. But you cannot do with a cargo vehicle. You don't have the vehicle, that's it. You will be not paid for the day. If it's the operator, he will not be paid by the platform. And if it's a driver, he will earn his daily wage. So product support makes a lot of difference. Just see, I'm very proud to say, have a look. This data is not meant for today's. This is every month we track this data. Every day we track this data. So please see from October 21, how many vehicles we serviced? 121, 136, 146. and how over the last 6 months, the number of vehicles we have sold and serviced is going up. Because every month we are adding vehicles. However, please see that how many of the vehicles are on road on a regular basis. This is real data, gentlemen. We are having on-road statistics of 96% to 97% of the vehicles on road within 48 hours. If you take out the accident vehicles. So when we take the data, we take out the accident vehicles. We cannot have any hand on that. But for the repair vehicles, within 48 hours, 2 days, 97 vehicles across the country are on road. So irrespective of whatever challenges we might see on products, on issues, which might be day-to-day, because on a real operational issue, we look at only the operations. But on a real overall statistics, this is not a small data across the country. And please don't forget that our network and service stations are only coming up in the last 6 months. So a big round of applause to the product support team. After sales business. Now, after sales business, again, I'm talking reality and today. There are concerns that vehicle mein to kuch hoga hi nahi, to naturally kuch vehicle mein to kuch earning nahi hai, dealers. So, but if you see that if we track the data for the last 3 months, that we have general repairs, the vehicles come back to our workshops. They don't go to the roadside garages because they would like to have a look at the vehicles being seen by the expert technicians. They don't want like a diesel vehicle, they'll go to the roadside technician. So they come for general repairs to us. Periodic maintenance to come to us. So we have growth potential. And please look at the periodic maintenance results of the retention, that how many customers we are able to retain within the community. They don't go out, as I said. So in your car business or in your truck business, you have seen that retention is very difficult. People go out of your network. They go to other garages, other co-dealers. But this is the retention zone-wise, how much people are actually coming back to Altigreen. Of course, we have a higher target. We want 80% people to be retained within the network. So this is our aim. And periodic maintenance is the most important. How do we tell the customers? Because they don't want to give out the vehicles. Because they work from 6 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock and they go home. If you tell them give it for service, they are very scared. They don't want to lose the revenue. So the way of thinking as to we have to find a way that after 8 p.m. and maybe midnight, how do we repair the vehicles and still get it to our workshops? If we think that our workshops are open 10 to 4 and why they are not coming, and it's their problem, it is not their problem, it's our problem. We have to find ways and means because you cannot keep the vehicle idle for him. It's a running machinery. So if we can understand this philosophy that our customers are free only at 8 p.m. and they don't have the luxury to leave the vehicle, and still we have to do a periodic maintenance. If we understand this philosophy, we will achieve that, and we have really good customers and happy customers rather than breakdowns. We have 4 models of after sales, 5 models. One, apart from your authorized dealerships and service centers, we have to penetrate more service points. It is not expected a customer will come 25 kilometers to get his vehicle done. Physically not possible. He will not come. He will expect the dealership person to go and service him at his parking lot. And that is dangerous. That is dangerous because you don't have equipment, you can't open a battery. How will you open a box? Even if I send a mechanic, is it physically possible? Not possible. So authorized service point is important, and we are trying to do a charging infrastructure and power ASC, and they will be all reporting to you, buying parts from you. They will not eat into your revenue, but they will help you to sell and establish the business network. Please understand why we are thinking about this. Second, what we have introduced, is the mobile EV experts. So if the problems are solvable at the customer's place, we have the mobile experts, and we are giving 50% salary support to you. So we want you to deliver this, what we call the flying doctors of the mobile experts. Third, mobile service vans. We have already introduced the concepts. We want you to capitalize more, and we are supporting on every vehicle so that you encourage mobile and replacement vans to the customer. Fourth, on-site repair. If the repair is still small, we can send a gentleman to the site, but this is not the preferred option. I would recommend you to do that number 3. And lastly is the driver fleet manager training. I have realized that training makes a lot of difference. Most of the drivers who are coming from the diesel 3-wheeler background or diesel 4-wheeler background. They do not know how to operate a three-wheeler. They don't deliver mileage. Many a times customers has come back to me and told that we are not getting more than 80, 90 kilometers. आप तो बोलते हैं आपका रेंज इतना ज़्यादा है, रेंज तो मिलता ही नहीं आपका रेंज. So I had to send expert driver, and he drove and brought the 120-kilometer range. So what is the magic he is doing? The magic he is doing is he knows how to drive a EV. Because if you go on applying brakes every time, you're not doing justice to the EV. Because the EV, the way of driving will help to regenerate more energy and give the range. So gentlemen, while I know that you get a test drive request from a lot of manufacturers whoever we are, but test drive is not good enough. Driver training is most important. Your master driver training is most important. He should know how to give a range. He should be able to explain what are the basics. Because there are so much of perceptions about electric vehicles. There is fear inside the existing communities. So what happens is, diesel vehicle goes wrong, they'll say, तो wrong होता ही है, we know it. EV going wrong, इसे बोला था ना आपको, ऐसे ही होगा. It's a perception issue. But breaking perception is our job, and master driver training is one of the most important which will help to differentiate good products with not so good products. Customer experience parts support. I think we have our Altigreen warehouse. Yesterday we visited, where we have a 3-month part stock. You have your part stock, 3 months. But most important is Altigreen float stock. Ladies and gentlemen, Altigreen on their own books, not on your books, is holding float stocks of all critical items and high-value items across the country. Across the country. Last year we have put 4 crores. It will go on increasing depending on the number of vehicles we put on the road. Isn't it a big assurance? We didn't bother you. We understand the business is small. We cannot go on loading high-value parts like batteries or maybe controllers or maybe others, the motors. But we maintain it, not in our warehouse, across the country. So this is the parts pricing I'm talking about. This is the most important point I wanted to make about. Please see, our controller unit assembly, Altigreen is 61,000 versus the largest competitor is Piaggio, 82,000. Motor with gearbox, we are 50% cost of the competition. DC-DC converter, we are 16% lower than competition. This is a huge, and because it's our own technology, unlike the competition, they buy out parts and assemble. We are not an assembler. Be it Mahindra, be it Piaggio, be it anybody, they are assembler, big manufacturers, assemblers, they sublet to other competition. But for us, these are all developed in-house. It's Altigreen's in-house technology. So we can take back the part, take it to the plant, give it to R&D, they do a root cause analysis, give it to the plant, repair it, again send it to the marketplace. This is something which is extremely unique for Altigreen. I think this is the biggest proof that our vehicles, combined all vehicles in the last 2 years has done more than 8 million kilometers on the roads. Our vehicles cover 50,000 kilometers per day on the roads. The last part, I think Nitin spoke about it, so did Amitav, so did Shailendra. Gentlemen, we have to understand the data. And data is not about futuristic data, what we'll use it. Our Altigreen product generates 200 data points on every 3-second basis, out of which we share 25 parameters for paid data and customized data. So we share, but you have to understand and know, you have to know a little bit that what is the user ID password we give, how to see that, and how the customer can track the vehicles, what sort of motor temperature, what is the state of health of the battery, what the customer want to know, what the financier want to know. Because in the evolving business, it is not only the operator, the financier or the leasing player who would also like to know the health of the product. So we have those free data points. And this is far, far higher state of data which we share as Altigreen compared to anybody in the industry right now. And this is all possible because we are an engineering company. We didn't assemble our products. Last but not the least, whenever technical issues come, you might face issues. There are issues. I cannot just say that we do not have issue, we are a perfect vehicle and everything is running hunky-dory, and no, we are not. We are improving every day. But for every problem, believe you, gentlemen and ladies, that we have a quality response team, quality resolution team, QRT. Every day, we have a 1-hour meeting of quality assurance, customer excellence, that is service, R&D, and supply chain manufacturing for every day, any problem coming from the field. Every day, 1 hour. And it is led by a gentleman called Ajay Lal. He just left Tata Motors, running 4 plants of Tata Motors with a 35-year experience. So Ajay and all, so what is the issue? The issue is that there will be problems. I cannot say we don't have problems. But how do we manage the problems? We insulate the market and the customer from the problems with our float stocks and our good customer response team. Having said that, while the customer response team is taking care of the problems and keeping the 96% level on the roads, internally, the team every day is analyzing, and this does not limit only to these 4. If there's an issue with the vendor parts, the quality team goes back to the vendor and tries to change those parts. However, this takes a little time. It takes 1 month, it may 2 months, because there are R&D issues also. But that does not mean the customer will wait for that. That's why the quick response time from the customer excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. This is Altigreen has closed. And you, we have set benchmark in industry with infrastructure. It's all yours. You have created it. I think three-wheeler never has seen this sort of framework and infrastructure across the country. This is unique. Having said that, in a business, and you know it better than I do, I don't have to give you a lecture on how to run a business, but infrastructure is only one part of the game. And there is people, there is process, and there is working capital. And these 3, we have areas to improve. Most important is people. Because if you recall what Amitabh also said, we need people who can technically handle the product. It is not a broker product yet. EV is still an innovative industry. We have to understand what is, how the basic fundamental technology is working, what is how to drive a vehicle, what is a regeneration, basic terminologies to understand. So we have to work on people. And secondly, from your side, this business may be one of the very young businesses compared to the large portfolios of all of you are holding. I mean, many of you are holding businesses 1,000 crore, 2,000 crores turnover, and this may be a baby business. But a baby needs more time than adult. And that is why your management focus is important. And thanks to you that you could all make your time on a single day to come here, that shows your commitment. We request you to get into 100% DMS adoption, because DMS adoption is going to be very important. We are committing to large customers, SLA. We are saying if we do not repair your vehicle within 48 hours, we will pay you 350 rupees per day. This is a big commitment. This is a big commitment. Not everybody has the guts to go to market and put it. Now, if you have to do that, there is a data point. It cannot be on a verbal conversation that I told you, you told me. So the dealer management system, the repair order has to be punched in. The number of inquiries coming has to be punched in. Your stock and your billing has to be going in. So please focus. And needless to say, that DMS adoption is also linked to 0.5% of your overall business turnover incentives for the year. So I request you to kindly focus on this. Right now, the business is small, so you are allocating working capital from your current businesses. It does not require much of a pressure because buying 25 vehicles is a crore. You buy one Mark or one Audi in your business, you pay 1 crore. It doesn't really bother. But if we have to support the ambitious plans we have, we need working capital. So we are very actively working. I don't want to name the banks which you're working on. I think I'm giving indirect signals through different partners coming in and going. We are working actively with them, and we'll give you some very aggressive products, and they will be very, very market competitive. Please be rest assured, when you are negotiating on behalf of dealers, we are not talking about something incompetitive. We'll get the best rates. Having said that, there will be a little bit of rate difference between dealer A to dealer B, depending on your financials and your books and collaterals. This will be between the bank and the dealer. So naturally, there will be a little bit gap, but it will be a most competitive rate in the market. It's taking time, because at the end of the day, we are a new manufacturer. So the banks also have to see our fundamentals, what sort of risks we take, and we are almost on the game of closing in the next 1.5 months. So I spoke about people, process, and working capital. On people, almost all the partners here has 100% people in terms of the leadership. You have your business heads. You have brought somebody, either your trusted guy or from the industry. But if you see on the HODs and managers, consultant technicians, and others, we are still around 60-65%. And this, I think we can improve a lot. and get up to a 80%, 90% level. But I really am not so worried on the figures because most of you have started only 2 months, 1 month, 3 months back. So this definitely is improving. DMS usage I have spoken about. There is a qualitative bonus. Your annual turnover of Altigreen 0.5% lies on this. Working capital I have focused upon. Financials. Now this is a very important point because whatever we have done has still not reached everybody. Whatever we have not done has reached everybody. Now, we have to be clear that there are enough financiers and leasing partners right now doing business with Altigreen. So, whether it's a Sumitomo Leasing, whether it's the AMU Leasing, with the ALD Automotive, they are all partnering Altigreen and doing business. Finance company, IDFC, Turno, For Finance, Vidyut, Seekers Finance, 1FT, they are all financing. You need to know. Please contact Prasad Salunke or Prabhudas from my team to help you out. The large finances we are going to tie up almost on the last stage. A few of them will speak today as a guest speaker. Mahindra Finance, Sundaram Finance. And let me tell you that if you remember in the morning, Nitin was talking about battery subscription as a model. Gentlemen, we have a partner. Vidyut Tech is a partner who actually does this, not future. For Altigreen today, that means they don't finance the full vehicle. They finance only the vehicle and battery as a subscription. But we should know whom to contact and how to get it. The moment you do battery, which is 50% of the vehicle, as a subscription model, your EMI comes down dramatically. But we have to know this new nature of financing and the new nature of the business. Lastly, while all this can work at Altigreen, nothing stops us from utilizing the best ever available from the government of India, the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. This is available with all the leading government banks across the country, up to 10 lakhs. Government of India gives loans. Please connect with State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, Bank of Maharashtra. Everybody has a target. I have been meeting Bank of Maharashtra, Bank of Baroda, and they are saying government is hammering their chairmen and saying how much target you have achieved of penetration of Mudra Yojana. Every chairman has a pressure. Only thing, it doesn't come down and percolate to the operating manager maybe. So please work on Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. Please understand from the government banks in your region, and this might be a very big opening to marketplaces. Altigreen created this character, Bijli. People have been asking that what is Bijli, why this character looks like a Superman, what exactly we're trying to do across it. So whenever there is a strong message, Altigreen wanted to stand against the large players. And this is a question, I think it has come to, of course, our founders and of course to me as a marketing and business head that, boss, how are you going to establish Altigreen vis-a-vis the Bajajes and the Mahindras of the world? You are a small, tiny little player. They will come and eat you up. What is your business positioning? This has come from even the promoters. The question is that we have a very single proposition. Our proposition, we don't believe in diesel, we don't believe in CNG, we are only electric. We are only electric. We believe in electric, we sell electric. Last 10 years when you are doing BS3 to BS4 to BS6, we are doing electric to electric to electric. That's the difference. And this conviction itself makes us an electric player. Now when we have to do this conviction, so if you come to our showroom, we offer only electric. Whereas if you go to a Bajaj showroom, they have to first offer a diesel, doesn't work out a CNG. If both doesn't work out, then the electric. There's a fundamental difference. So we want to create the category and own the category. Now, if you have to own the category, how do you communicate? You need a brand ambassador. Nobody knew Hyundai in '97 in India. We didn't heard about it. Shah Rukh Khan introduced Hyundai to India. Okay? I have been heading marketing in Toyota. No, Toyota did not need introduction, but Innova did. That's why we brought Amir Khan. Similarly, for our case, we wanted to create a character which symbolizes that power of electrification versus the conventional fuel. And Bijli is that symbolization. It's a symbol. How it looks, what it speaks is important. So we are promoting this Bijli Hume, whether through retail points, whether through websites, social media posts. We have opened up YouTube channels, merchandising, everywhere we are promoting this brand, and I would request you to take it further because Bijli symbolizes the message of Altigreen. This slide may be sounding operational, lot of contents, but it's important for us because many of the partners who are in this business are experienced partners in commercial vehicle business, but many of you have come from the car background. So it is important to know and understand that who is my customer. There are three types of customers. One is the B2C, that little driver who came from the village to earn some 18, 20,000, doesn't have a permanent address, and goes to the market load and stands there and gets some rentals based on some platform or based on somebody telling him to take a point A to point B. He is a driver cum operator. That's the B2C. This segment will be the largest in future, but it will take time. But it has already started opening. Retail, in the last 3 months, with the dealership opening, this is the biggest which has opened up with dealerships. This was there without dealerships also. This has opened up. This is opened up just now, taking time, but this will be largest. What is retail? Retail are the small, unorganized businesses. Now, whether you carry fish from point A to point B, whether you carry frozen foods, whether you carry gas cylinders, whether you carry coriander leaves, retail, 4 or 5 vehicles, the small operators have come up, and they are very aggressively buying this. And you will find them in portals like IndiaMart, Just Dial, and others. They understand the market, they are diesel players, and they are actually shifting to EVs because of pure economics. This is actually evolving with all partners coming in. And still, the largest segment which is holding the business is the B2B customers. We have end customers here, and Maxon is here, we'll talk. They represent the large customers of organized B2B. But of course, they need product support, but they are more focused on, they are not coming to, you will not be able to reach them till you reach their end founders or CEO, because the new age people are coming in this business, the organized B2B. But organized B2B, if you expect only Altigreen to handle it, physically not possible to reach out. We can handle few cities and few corporates and few large operators. It is important for all the dealer partners to get inside and understand this. The customer segment, the B2C, your office opens at 10 o'clock, your sales manager comes at 10. The market will not wait for you because he is not there to get a vehicle demonstration. He is only available at 4 o'clock in the market till 6 o'clock. So we have to change the way the customers are available. I was talking to Sarvik, his workshop in Ashok Leyland in Jaipur is open 24 hours a day. Because maybe he's not getting revenue out of it. But even middle of the night, if somebody calls him, he can pass a call. And that one service might get him a 100-truck business. So this business is different. Customers are not there at 10 o'clock in the morning when the dealership opens up. This is where he is. The retailers, they will not come to your showrooms. Of course, you need a good showroom to showcase as a brand, but they will not come to showroom because they have to manage their own businesses. We have to reach them in their shops. Organized B2B players, of course, are available in corporate offices. I have spoken all this approach, how to sell, in a 10-point agenda. I have spoken about manpower. I have talked about total cost of ownership. This is the biggest point. I have talked about dealer sales representatives, what to do. I have spoken about dealer principles, how to leverage their existing network. Application-based selling. Application-based selling will be the major differentiator because, as we said, we'll sell solutions. Similarly, we might sell only the flatbed and the chassis, like any large four-wheeler. Application will emerge from the market, whether it is chicken, whether it is fish, whether it's a refrigerated van, whether it's a West van. You have to tell and work with a lot of fabricators across the market. You need to have fabricators because customers will come with different choices. It's not possible for OEM to match the expectation of customers across the country. But the dealers can. You can make your money. At the same time, you can be very, very innovative about the whole thing. Application-based selling will be the future for, at least for the three-wheeler industry in the foreseeable part I see. I'm not expecting all of you to get into rental business or leasing, but let me tell you, rental and leasing will help you to crack the market. If we have to crack the market, particularly MLOs, we have to do some seeding. And this is very important. A lot of players are doing it. We as an organization, we don't want to get into leasing. That's not our fundamental DNA because many a time, Shalandra and I, we have debated. I have come with a request, can I do? And he has never said, I cannot do. But I said, what do you know about leasing? I said, I don't know nothing. Why do you want to start it? I said, I want to start it, I want to sell it. बच्चों ऐसा बात थोड़ी होता है. we are not in the business of leasing because we don't know the subject and we cannot maintain a fleet and control from Bangalore or Pune. But a dealer in a particular city, 10 to 20 vehicle, he can manage. This will be, what is the investment? You think about it. What is the investment? 10, 15 vehicles, we are talking about 50 lakh rupees. 50 lakh, it's your asset. You're not giving out to anybody. You're putting on rental. How does it help you? Rental earnings. And these rental earnings will open up the market because a 2-hour test drive will not understand. In 2 hours, nobody will understand the benefit of the vehicle. The benefit will you understand, as Mr. Grover said when I went for inauguration, if you give the vehicle for 2 days or 7 days and he enjoys 600 to 700 rupees per day, extra in his pocket versus a diesel vehicle, what he's do? He'll take it rental for 3 months, then 6 months. After 6 months, he will buy. So it's important. Please understand and take a note of what I wanted to say. This is a small investment, but it can open up a huge opportunity. Doesn't mean that you have to continue this business. Once the market opens up, you can always send the vehicles in the second sale. And if you want our little bit of support or something, we can discuss it. But this is an opener for getting into the B2C market, which I spoke, is the biggest opportunity. After sales differentiation, I spoke about it, customer excellence. Authorized sales points, I told we want to expand with our partners instead of huge investments. I just spoke to one of the partners that Ashok Leyland wanted to expand. They were creating huge infrastructure. I am saying the same thought process. We have to learn from our predecessors. We don't have to create huge infrastructure going forward. The mother dealership has to have a certain amount of brand infrastructure. Going forward, we have to create distribution points where customer can access and reach us. I think that's all from my side. And thank you once again for hearing questions.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that informative presentation. Kindly take your seat. With that, I request all of you to look at the big screen. Yes, your eyes on the big screen. We've made a small video of our dealership launch. Eyes on the big screen, please. Can we have the AV?
Hey.
Yes, our successful journey is started. No looking back. A huge round of applause, yes, to yourself. Thank you. Thank you for all the support with that. We have a video message by our finance partner, Sundaram Finance Head, Mr. N. Ramachandran. I request all of you to look at the screen once again. Can we have the video, please? Mr. N. Ramachandran.
Very glad to know that you are having your dealer conference at Bangalore on 10th and 11th. Thank you very much for the invite. We would have loved to be there, but unfortunately, our leadership program at Mysore is also going to be held on those dates. So we are very sorry we will not be able to join for this your dealer enclave. Nevertheless, we thought we'll connect with you through this video. The EV industry, as everyone knows, is the nascent stage, and it is likely to take quantum jump in the coming years. India is the third largest automobile industry in the world, and by 2030, the government of India is planning to ensure that 70 to 80% of the vehicle sale is from the EV segment. This is predominantly with an eye on the pollution levels, which are climbing at an alarming pace year after year. Most of the states have rolled out EV policy, and many of the states have are offering subsidy too, which in fact has really helped this industry to progress at a very rapid pace the last couple of years. Hi team Altigreen, very glad to know that you are having your
Thank you for watching. We also have a video message by Senior Vice President Mahindra Finance, Mr. Sandeep Mandekar. So once again, your eyes on the big screen. Can we have a video?
At the outset, let me begin by thanking the Altigreen team for inviting me to talk to the dealers. Honestly, I would have been much more happier to be there face to face, talking to all of you and interacting with all of you. Unfortunately, could not make this. Now let's talk a bit about the three-wheeler industry. Just got the happy news that overall three-wheeler industry has sold close to 8 lakh vehicles. Honestly, given the last 3 years post-COVID, the way things have progressed, had anybody told me 2 years back that three-wheelers are going to sell close to 8 lakh vehicle in F23, I would have found it slightly difficult to believe. And on top of it, if somebody had said, out of this, 50% are going to be electric vehicles, I would surely have not believed it. But come F23, and this is a reality. This reality makes us believe that e-vehicles are here to stay. Now, if you look at the e-vehicles, I think the fastest adoption of electric happened in two-wheeler and three-wheeler. The three-wheeler gives us the confidence to say that it's going to be here for some more time and it's going to flourish from here. And I have my own reasons to say that. Reason number one, if you look at the viability of a three-wheeler, it has proved over the last year and a half that these are really viable. We have been financing a few, and we found that given the cost of maintaining these vehicles, it's a perfect recipe for very, very viable vehicles. Somebody may ask, that is because of the subsidy that has been going into it. Believe me, with subsidy or without subsidy, we are feeling that it will be viable. And why do we say that? Simply because while you have a lot of OEMs working on electric vehicles, I think the organized sector is still very, very small. One very big area which is missed out on the three-wheeler OEM side of it or the small-time OEM side of it is the vehicle service. I think that is being ignored, and that's exactly where people like Altigreen, Mahindras, Piaggios and coming Bajaj come into play. If that is addressed very well, two things will happen. One, consolidation of all this into more organized player operating, and second, you do have the market expanding further. Of late, we have also been seeing that government has renewed the interest into the electric mobility programs. You do have people like the World Banks, etc., showing interest into electric vehicle, and the players who are into electric vehicle, whether it is the OEM side or the financing side of it. This makes us believe that we will have a good time going forward. We at Mahindra Finance also have been financing some e-vehicles over the past few years. We have been doing them under the loan as well as under the leasing possibility. Loans are traditional typical loans, and we have also been doing normal leasing. But going forward, we are believing that we will get subscription, we will get short-term leasing. We may also have split leasing for vehicle as well as for the battery coming up. And that's where really we will find takeoff happening for all of you. At the out.
Thank you. Thank you for watching the video. Up next, I would like to invite our guest speaker for today, Mr. Vinod Giri, Vice President Commercial Flipkart. Vinod has over 31 years of experience in supply chain, procurement, and partnerships across consumer electronics, telecom, e-commerce. His experience spans B2C, B2B, and retail e-commerce businesses. He's a certified coach from Neuro Leadership Institute and has keen interest in organization development. Vinod is also one of the founding members of Inclusion and Diversity Council, championing inclusiveness across culture and policy of Flipkart Group. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together while I invite Mr. Giri on stage. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Welcome, sir. Over to you, sir.
In Altigreen. It took me back, went back in my journey about 30 years ago. I worked with a company called, which went by the tagline, Neighbors Envy, Owners Pride. I guess many of you know it. Yeah, it's Onida. So I worked with that company and I started my journey in audio business. Yes, Onida also did audio business. And when we went out doing something very similar, taking a product to dealerships saying, hey, we need your partnership to be able to take products to the customer. I remember a quote by a dealer, and I'm going to repeat that quote in some way, but no offense meant either to the dealership friends here or Altigreen, but very senior gentleman today. It is one of the large consumer durable chains, and the gentleman said, dealer hamesha lagta hai, pandit ki tarah. And you know where a pandit plays? Birth and at the end of life's journey. So that was a very stark statement to a company that was a new product innovator in the market, hopefully coming out with audio products, saying that bina dealer ke aapka kaam nahi ho sakta. But then over, I think the last 3 decades, the partnership between this community with companies like Altigreen and customers. Customers might be the retail B2C customers that Devashish was talking about, or it might be customers like us who are B2B customers. I think that partnership has evolved. It is no longer the very traditional pandit that without me you can't work, but it is more about how can we coexist, how can we co-create, how can we create a bigger market ecosystem, how can we grow the market and therefore grow business for all of us. So I think we, at least from my perspective, my own personal lens, I see this as a very vital element of the ecosystem that we are trying to build. Bringing it back to our EV journey. So Flipkart started its EV journey, I think in late 2020, thereabout, as we started talking to. Altigreen was one of our foremost and is still today our most strategic partner in the EV space. We started our journey then. I think today I can proudly say we are 1,700 plus vehicles across different cities, and Altigreen is one of our largest partners in that space. So the one unique thing about EV is that the adoption has begun on the B2B side, which is not usually the case. It's B2B generally tends to adopt after the rest of the market does. So B2B has been the first adopter of EVs, and we clearly aspire, and we are today signatories to the EV 100 pledge, which essentially says that we will electrify all our fleet by 2030. All our fleet essentially means everything from city logistics, which is where the largest play today takes place on EV, but going all the way to line haul, which is, let's say, the long distance transportation that we do. So we are committed to EV 100, and we signed up that pledge saying by 2030. Now, we signed up to that pledge as a customer. We don't own the vehicle, we don't make the vehicle, we don't bring the vehicle to the market, and we don't run the vehicle. We are not even a fleet operator. We actually depend on fleet operators, but we signed up to that. And like us, there are many others, corporates in India, who have actually signed up to it and who are very serious about what they want to do. So if there is any one thing going, and now I think Altigreen might want to think about me as a sales partner, if there's one thing that is going for you, the dealership community, is that the B2B world is definitely charged up and wants to grow the EV base in the country. So you have a customer, and this happened in one of the other EV players conference as well, where the speaking point was that the customer is asking you for more, and the manufacturer is yet to produce what the customer is looking for. So that is the situation for the B2B market. And I think that is definitely going to be one of the drivers. But when we look at it, we think that for us to achieve that 2030 goal, it will only work when the ecosystem evolves. A couple of years back, I think the Honorable Minister for Transport came out and said that, look, we are looking at vehicles to be all electric by 2030. We were signatories to the pledge, but personally, I was thinking, ye nahi ho sakta. How do you create that kind of infrastructure? I think the key part, which I realized later, is there is a policy direction that is set. And within that 3-year period, I think somewhere in 2019-20, the statement was made, and within the 3-year period, I can see a lot of shift on ground. There is a lot of shift in terms of how the manufacturers are looking at vehicles, what are they producing. There is a shift in consumer behavior. And I think the proud part of we being Indians is we are very good early adopters. The best example, and it's not only a thing about convenience, but it's also about availability, and it's about how a need can be met. Have you seen food delivery partners actually using a version of electric bike? They're using that because that's just how the economics of the market works. So if we can feed into the economics of the market, then there is a market available even at that B2C level. And delivery partner we are referring to, food delivery partner, is probably at the lowest end of the whole food chain. So if they can adopt electric two-wheelers, then that's what is going to create the ecosystem. Same way, I think as you go back and work on, along with Altigreen, in creating the B2C and retail space, we will see automatically a demand coming in for electric charging points. We will see a demand coming in for shorter transport duration, or rather shorter journey from the vehicle parking station to the actual journey where, let's say, for example, my hub delivery cycle begins. So if that journey can be shortened, the range availability becomes that much bigger. Today, that journey is a little longer. The vehicle owner or the fleet operator may not be very close to where my hub is. But it is possible, as you grow the ecosystem, that this will start becoming reality. And both of these ecosystems will feed to each other. B2B ecosystem will feed into the B2C ecosystem and vice versa. And that, I think, will create a much more vibrant, I think 22,000 is the target that I read on the board, and it sounds quite interesting. I personally believe that it can be even bigger. It's not to mean that Devash's target will get revised from Amitabh or Shailendra, but it means that as customers, we genuinely believe that this is where the segment will go. Question that comes up is what happens to ICE vehicles? I guess there will be a play and space for it. It may not happen like the pager industry, which died before it was born. Mobile took over. But that's how consumers adopt. So that is another stark example of how consumers adopt. In India, we don't need to be very techno-savvy or techno-literate to adopt products. E-commerce is a vibrant example of how quickly customers can adopt to a changed pattern or to a changed environment. And at the end of the day, it is about what is it that we are providing for the customer. One customer for us, many years back when I was on the field trying to meet some of our customers and trying to understand, the person who was driving me around said, "Sir, I only shop e-commerce." And I was like, wow, I am trying to go and meet customers who are living in swanky apartments. That I think is my customer base. But here is the person who was driving me around and he said, "I only shop e-commerce." And I think Devashi said, uska time 4 se subah 7 baje. 7 baje वो report करता है. So his shopping time is 4 to 7 a.m. in the morning or after 10 or 11 p.m. in the evening. So they don't have any ability to go in between because they are working between 7 to 10 or 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and so forth. So this created that opportunity for them. He explained to me also another thing. He said, "Sir, I live in so-and-so town, and if I have to go shop with my family, I have to take my family in a bus that is overflowing, which might tumble over at any time. And that is how I can go and shop. And after that, I will only get these options." So 3 things that he brought out. He said time, convenience, and so on and so forth. And they are willing to adopt literary technology. Another interesting thing was I went to a boutique store to meet a customer. Our customer experience people set us up. They did not tell us whom we are going to meet. I am giving a name to the store owner. And the store owner says, "Ye kaun hai? Hum to jante nahi, yahan koi nahi." It took 2-3 minutes, and then somebody called and said, "Arey wo." मैंने कहा, "अच्छा वो, somebody is there in the store, so I'm going to meet the customer finally." And then they sent, "वो छोटू को बुलाओ." I said, "अब customer छोटू कैसे हो गया? नाम तो दिया था, now this person has become छोटू." It turned out that the small errands boy in the store was actually my customer. And he was shopping not only for himself, he was doing it for a few others as well. But that is how technology evolves. Of course, I did not get beaten up by the boutique store because we are competitors for them. We are online commerce and they are offline commerce, so I was a little worried. But they found it interesting that they had somebody in the store who was actually buying electronics and mobile from e-commerce players. So that is how technology evolves, that is how adoption takes place. So I am not surprised when I see the slide that says B2C and retail will adopt EV. I think they will, based on what the need is. One last thing that I wanted to talk about is that there is a small, slight different perspective that I would put. We are not a third world country at this point, as was mentioned earlier, but we are a country that has an income strata that operates at a very different level. So any company that comes to this country cannot work in the same way that they have done in other countries. China is not the same as India because the income groups are different. The average income for an individual is different. And therefore, we tend to adopt a lot more things faster, in my opinion, because those will fit the income needs that we have, the opportunities that we have. So therefore, I'm very excited to actually see this group here talking about how to take EVs and make it big in the market. Obviously, with Altigreen being one of our partners, it does make a lot of sense to see them growing, and that I think will feed into the business that we do. So in summary, the opportunity is great. B2B customers like us are very committed to the EV journey. We're waiting actually for products to come in. We're waiting for market expansion to take place. We're looking for more opportunities to go back and do. And we don't own fleets, so we depend on fleet operators. So if you decide to do a rental and leasing business, as was being spoken, there is opportunity for it to transform to fleet operation and so on and so forth. I think it's best done by people who understand that. Devashi said, we don't know how to run a fleet. We've not run fleets ever. For the last 17, 16 years in our company's, we've always taken vehicles from the market. So there is an ecosystem that understands that. We will work with that. And therefore, we look forward to working with all of you in that space. I think that's pretty much what I would like to share with you. So if there are any questions, happy to take them. If not, I'll share this, give up the space for someone else.
Any question from the audience? Okay, we have one question. No? Okay. Yes.
Actually, we intend to more than double where we are today. we should be doubling it within this year if we can. So we today think there are some gaps in product fit to what we need, but we intend to double where we are today. And we are innovating as well. Incidentally, we used to operate one shift journey. One shift journey inevitably means that range and so on and so forth can be a challenge. But we have started to innovate, we've started to create multi-shift and so forth. So the propensity for deploying EV has become higher. And today, if you look at our utilization, the small parcels is where this is utilized the most. Grocery is where it is utilized the next. And there is a segment which is the heavy bulk, what we call large, which today has much lower adoption. So what I told you is actually without the large. Large requires greater payload and possibly longer journeys. That is what we think. So range might be an issue. So we are definitely intending to double where we are. Hope that answers.
Any more questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Giri. Kindly stay back on the stage, sir. Please stay back. Requesting Mr. Shailendra Gupta to please come on stage and say thanks to Mr. Giri by felicitating him. Please come, ma'am. On behalf of Altigreen, once again, we would like to say thank you. Thank you for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's say thank you to Mr. Vinod Giri. Thank you. Kindly take your seat, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest speaker is Mr. Maxine Lewis, founder, Magenta Mobility. He's a visionary entrepreneur and technology enthusiast with over 2 decades of professional experience that encompasses 4 areas: automotive, power sector, clean energy solutions, and management consulting. He founded Magenta, India's fully integrated electric mobility, EV charging, and technology platform that revolutionizes and aggregates the urban, freight and last mile delivery segment across the country with its state-of-the-art technology-enabled vehicles and fast charging capabilities. Put your hands together. Let's welcome Mr. Maxine Lewis on stage, who is our guest speaker for today. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Audience, a little more energy. Come on. Let's welcome him on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Quick check, sound check, everyone can hear me? Okay, perfect. You can drop off the slides. Mr. Giri, thank you so much for setting it up so well and giving a final consumer's view of how we're looking at EV. So I'll take a very different view of this. And first of all, Amitabh, thank you so much for inviting me to this intimate group. You know, and I feel very proud to be part of this. I heard a lot of what you're planning to do and to be supporting you on that. So thank you, Amitabh and the Altigreen team. But a great shout out to the dealer network here. I think I'll start off with a statement which is very aligned to your tagline. 2015, I was talking to Enel. This is a company based out of Europe. I'll give you my background slightly later, but I'll start off with the first question they had is, hey, listen, we are in this business of power, electricity. Wahi dhanda hai in the English version of it. We are taking power, generating it, dispensing it. There's nothing new. I made a statement that time. I said, electricity is the new oil. This was way back in 2015 in France, and today it's coming true. Let me explain why that statement is true for me, for you, and everyone. And let me start with my quick introduction. I'm a mechanical engineer, then 5 years experience in the automotive sector. First was with Saint-Gobain, second was with Bosch. Then I did my master's. And post-master's, I joined Accenture Management Consulting, mechanical engineer with automotive experience, landed there. My first day in office was to go and make a presentation to Mr. Anil Ambani when he had picked up BSCS Rajdhani and BSCS Mumbai. Worked with them, as part of Accenture, and I set up the electricity billing system for them. So if anyone from Mumbai has read an electricity bill of erstwhile Reliance and now Adani in English, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, or Braille, first time ever in India, that was designed by me. Work went, people knew about me. This is not about me. I just want to build you to where this is all going to go through. Then I was in Vancouver, then Singapore, then Australia, Hong Kong. Then I was brought back to India. Then I was sent to Jharsuguda, Lanjigad, Korba, Nok. So this is where India was growing in its generation capacity, right? So I was working directly with Mr. Anil Agarwal and Naveen Agarwal of Vedanta, setting up their multi-megawatt power plants, set up 10,000 megawatts of power plants here in India. And then again went into international mode of going back to USA and UK. And that's when the conversation happened, because my job was to tell the customer what is happening new in electricity. So 15 years of electricity, 5 years of automotive. So electric vehicles was a destiny waiting to happen for me. But for you, it's a business waiting to happen. And the only vehicle that time on the road, that time no one knew Tesla, 2015. No one knew anything about electric vehicles, but there was one vehicle called the Chevy Bolt, right? I'm going back in that time because this is interesting. This is your business, so you should know all this history of that. This was a Chevy Bolt. It was doing something very interesting at that point in time. People were starting to talk about it, right? It also went through its ups and downs. By the way, that time people did not pick it up, right? And then when I was conversing with people, they were not able to understand this big potential of electricity being the new oil. And I decided, listen, if you are not listening, I would rather do something about that. Came back to India, and in 2017 is when I actually resigned from Accenture, but they allowed me to let go in November, and we set up Magenta in 2018 February. And that's the reason why, Dr. Saran, I always say that I've looked up to you all the time, because that was the time you were also doing something, we were doing something. Then let me come to the Magenta story, what we are trying to do. Because there's a lot out there, some of you may have read about us. We started off in 2018 when we thought of solving some of the problems in the EV ecosystem. One thing was very clear, thankfully to the Altigreen team, is we will not manufacture electric vehicles, because that is going to require a certain different type of DNA, but there's something else that needs to be solved. Right? There's 100 years of ecosystem play for the oil and gas. They have got their time to set up. I don't know if you remember, there was a time when we used to travel long distances, we had to have a fear of kahan hoga. Today it's not there. But because we got 100 years to get that sorted, right? In the EV ecosystem also is following the same path. Right? Give it time, it is going to get solved, and it will take companies like Altigreen, Magenta, and Flipkart and others to solve it. Right? Not everything is right there. So we decided to solve for first is the charging infrastructure. We set up India's first solar-based EV charging station on 13th of June, 2018. The Bombay-Pune EV highway, the EV charging app. India's first electric EV meter. Everyone knows about this. It's a green meter, EV billing meter, which allows you to buy power at a subsidized rate. As against, normally if you're buying electricity at Mumbai, for example, it's 11 rupees per unit. But if you use an EV billing meter, it's 6 rupees 40 paise. If you pick this electric EV billing meter, that's the subsidized. India's first EV billing meter was set up by us in our office, still continues to give us electricity at a subsidized rate. I may be throwing a lot of information pretty fast. Some of you can capture it and otherwise can reach out to me. But this history is important for you to understand. What you're seeing now is business, but there's been a history to this build-up. We were the same session, Move 2018, when Gadkari ji was just making this announcement. I had the privilege of, presenting to the Prime Minister's office. And we got a call from HPCL saying, you are doing something interesting, we're an oil company, we want to invest in you. So we were seed funded by HPCL. Then we were incubated by another oil and gas company called as Shell. Then we were incubated by Microsoft. Then we had other investors coming on board as well, like Jito, Let's Venture, Dr. Kiran Patel. And I think you know that, yes, 5th, we made an announcement. We are invested by another oil and gas company, which is BP, and Morgan Stanley, which is a banking company. So this is where we are. But what is the business we are in? And why are we relevant? What gives me the privilege of being able to stand here and talk to you about it? I'll just come to that. We started in the EV charging space, solved that. Then we were working on the technology space. So the software, everything, that is a piece that we are building up, right? Be it the charging software, be it the mobility software, be it the telematics, that's the
technology team that we have. And just around COVID, we were thinking we need to come to the third piece of the puzzle, which is the mobility platform. We were very clear, this is how, and I like the way Dr. Sana has built up this company. It's structured, same way with Magenta, we thought of it that way. Take a piece of the puzzle, solve it, because we'll look for other partners to solve it. If they aren't, we'll have to do it. So we launched in 2020, did some pilots around employee transport, but we realized that's not the play. We realized the Flipkarts of the world and the Amazons, etc., will require a partner in the last mile logistics, right? Why? Because the traditional business of last mile logistics have been managed by ICE vehicles, be it two-wheelers, three-wheelers, etc., etc. And in a new ecosystem, someone has to take a risk. And that risk cannot be taken by the single DCO or the driver cum operator. He's still waiting. At that time, you will need players like us who have the backing, who have the technology, and who have the risk appetite to play that out and be that part of that ecosystem, who buy the vehicles, operate it, also bring in the driver partners, also bring in the technology. And we found that to be a sweet spot for us. At today's time, we are based out of, to be honest, 7 cities or clusters, as we call them. Bangalore, if you all have seen Magenta vehicles on an Altigreen vehicle. We're based out of Mysore, we're based out of Hyderabad, based out of Navi Mumbai, and in Delhi, Noida, and Gurgaon. We have a fleet of, as on today morning, 842 vehicles, out of which 210 are Altigreen. Right? So, because we have 4 partners we work with, so I think a pride that the Altigreen team needs to take is the fact that in such a short time, you all have been able to create a presence, a top of the mind in operators like us, who would typically go to the conventional ones, right? But no, I think there's an amazing, and I was just texting as we were to my co-founder about the buzz in this room, right? This buzz is that of a steady OEM which has big plans, and this is where you fall in place. So way back in 2018, when I was asked, EV, when Mr. Gadkari made an announcement, 2030 tak main sab band kar dunga, sirf EVs rahega, theek hai? And I had the option to go and talk to him, and I said, sir, aisa nahi hoga. I didn't like to hear that, but in Nagpur we had this interesting conversation. But the point there was, and this is all documented, I said, the EV growth is not going to be the four-wheeler, right? Everyone starts to think of EVs only when they see a four-wheeler on the road. But the growth will happen in two-wheeler space, three-wheeler space, public transport, and the last is going to be the four-wheeler, right? And this was a prediction in 2018, I remember it. But if you were to stick the numbers, it's followed that trend, right? And no one at that point in time, I think Dr. Subramanian just mentioned about that, is no, he did not think of it, or from Mahindra, he did not think of three-wheelers, electric three-wheelers becoming such a large ecosystem, right? But here we are today, what we have, and I'm going to also talk about some problems, with your permission, but where we are right now, and I'm talking to you as a client, right, a customer. Today, EV three-wheeler let's say a year ago, there was nothing called as a price parity. It required the Flipkart or an Amazon to provide a premium or a kind of a mandate for us to provide an electric three-wheeler, correct? It was based on mandates. It was not based on price economics. Today, where are we? Today, the price economics have fallen in place, right? When I mean price economics, it means economics. For someone to run a business, buy an electric three-wheeler, it makes business sense. Hence, not only is discussion with e-commerce companies, we believe that we work with, we are one of the largest in Amazon, Flipkart, and others, but there's an interesting story building up which is relevant for you. Pharma industry, right? There is FMCG, FMCD, there's pure logistics, and there's others we call as interesting, right? Let me give you.
Why I'm trying to just open up the conversation here, because I saw some very interesting slide about the time you should reach out to a B2C, B2B, right? We do a segmentation ourselves, and I'll just throw open some ideas. We did a pilot recently with an egg delivery company, right? Why egg delivery company? Purely because electric vehicles are vibrationless, right? And let's test it out. And we did that. It went out very decently okay. The breakages were not because of it was an e-way. The breakages was because the driver was not prepared to drive. And we picked up the youngest untrained driver and put him on that. And one of the things that we discussed, the driver part of it, I want to address it. And please remind me if I don't. But this is an interesting place that happened. We did a pilot with a company which was delivering medical medicine. There the concern was very different. Are electric vehicle to assure me that it will reach that location. Beech mein band pad gaya to. So today, unit economics fall in place. The products are available from the Altigreen platform itself. You can see a couple of. What is the issue is awareness, right? So if I were you, the fact that Altigreen provides you such a standardized, amazing place for you to have those conversations, I think what you converse is going to be important. It cannot be, oh, if this vehicle is, sorry, I'm being your salesman here, but the point here is, I believe in the ecosystem. If you grow, I grow. I think the conversation has to change, correct? It cannot be the same conversation of selling a vehicle. The conversation has to be about training, making him aware, right? Unit economics level conversations, how much, what it means, giving him experiences. Because otherwise he's going to think of a person going to buy, he'll think of EV versus an oil and gas engine, right? Those conversations he has heard from somewhere, but he has not seen the manifestation. और जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. He sees that, right? Not buy, right? This is my view. And even with the customers right now, Flipkart is one place we don't even have to go and tell them about EV. This is an interesting place where there's so much demand, and we have a short on supplies. But I'm talking about the other markets. So there's a lot of awareness which is remaining. Second, the driver part. Today's drivers are not equipped to drive an EV. Right? I've been driving an EV since the first vehicle, the Tata, the Mahindra vehicle. But the fact is, I picked it up from Mr. Chetan Maini, those good old days, the Reva. But even right now, I feel sometimes I'm not prepared for it because it's a different experience, right? The acceleration is so amazing that our drivers forget that it's an EV and end up, and the worst kind of damages happen inside a charging hub, right? Because a new person is unaware of what is the kind of torque that he has on demand, right? No gears, so there is no lag. There's sudden throttle, which also means that when a vehicle is making a turn, he's suddenly not aware of all of this. So I think the driver, second, one important, we realize that how important a leg on brake can be to this entire ecosystem, right? It's not in terms of decimal errors, it's in terms of percentage, in terms of the range that a driver's leg can cause to the electric vehicle. These are some amazing insights which is only possible in the EV space, right? We have an informal training program for our drivers, including RTO officers. We train RTO officers, right, so that they can go training. So all that I'm trying to say is we are part of an ecosystem. Fortunately, through Altigreen, you have a brilliant and a network. Just call me out on time. I'll have to go into detail, but my point is you are in a brilliant space where you have everything going for you. The last part is the demand part. I think the demand exists, right? My conversation with all our partners, including my team, is how many more vehicles can I get on board? Today we are at 40 vehicles. My mandate is in the next 12 months, for someone who was asking numbers, I have to buy 4,000 vehicles additional, right? This is my commitment to my investors, minimum, right? Which means on a daily basis, I have to onboard 11 vehicles, that much also. And if every Sunday I don't pick up that 11 vehicles, I have to go 22 on Monday, right? This is the kind of pressure situation I am in into getting deployed of these vehicles, which also means I'll need partners like you. And not only from an OEM perspective, which is where I come to the last part, is what do I look for as a driver myself or as a fleet operator. I think Altigreen is out there, but my touch point is the dealer network. My touch point is the service network. For sure, I know the driver may be at fault, right? But I would request you to not only solve the problem, but also train the drivers. The awareness is still missing, right? I think that's going to be important. So when a driver is, and for me, very important, if someone is out there, driver is out there at your service center, use this opportunity to train him. Not sell him more, but train him, right? So these are some of the points I would want to say is very important. We are in a brilliant place right now. And the last point, as a EV ecosystem person, don't think of this only as an India point. I used to say you cannot copy paste international solutions into India for EV. At the same time, also saying what we build in India, the world is waiting for it. Be it Southeast Asia, be it Africa, and some conversations in a place like Middle East, right? They're asking us, when can you come to these? I said, I have my hands full in India. There's going to be some time around it. But the point is, EV is the new IT. So we took off the IT revolution, right? We are known in the world for it. We have an opportunity also here. I'm hoping for the batteries and all of that to come to, but we have an opportunity right now for the next revolution. And this is not a 1-year story, 2-year story, 3-year story. If there has been 100 years of petrol and diesel, we have another 100 years of electric, at least, is my view. And I wish you all the best. And I hope that this journey continues. And again, thanking you. And like you say, wo jaye tel lene. That's what I say. That's exactly what it is. Electricity is the new oil. Thank you.
To request Dr. Saran to please come on stage and thank him. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Kindly take your seat. Now, I would like to request our dealer partners to come on stage and share their experience. I'd like to invite Dr. MP Shyam, dealer principal for Magnum Ventures. The US-educated Dr. Shyam, who holds a doctorate in logistics, is a veteran automobile dealer across brands including Hyundai, Honda, Ford, Mercedes, JCB and Ashok Leyland, beside that of electric vehicle brands including Ather Electric. Dr. Shyam also heads the Karnataka chapter of Federation of Auto Dealers Association, president for RV Group of Educational Institution, which has 35,000 children studying in school, colleges for management, engineering, and dental sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Dr. MP Shyam for us. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Namaskara, swagata, bani, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon. I don't have presentations. It's been a very interesting day, starting with Nitin, talking about future of EVs, hydrogen and solar energy. Then Amitabh spoke, Shailendra, Debashish, and we had Mr. Giri and Mr. Maxon Lewis talking as customers who have been buying EV vehicles. My journey with EV started in the year 2014. I was introduced to a startup company called Lithium Ion Technologies, Sanjay Krishnan. I met him and he used to buy the Mahindra electric Reva vehicles. I then invested into that company, stayed invested and started helping him in his journey by getting him corporate business because I used to deal with other vehicles, and it fascinated me. Like Maxon said, electricity is the future oil, you know. I believed that strongly, so I stayed put, invested till a green energy fund from UK bought it. I made a decent amount of money. And then I invested into a couple of more startups. the latest being, another one called Log9, which works with materials. They bring their battery cells and build up their own batteries. A very interesting company. It's got invested by Amar Raja Batteries now. They are putting a lot of money into that company. It's close to $500 million in terms of valuation. So this interest cultivated me to look at deeper into the EV space. So when Ather Energy, I've known Amitabh and Shailendra for more than 7-8 years. Our journey began when Amitabh was making kits for cars where the fuel efficiency would go up. And when being automobile dealers like Ford, Hyundai, etc., we used to sell a lot of cars to the fleet market. So I did take those and we experimented together to see how it would work. And then later on, Amitabh moved from those to making motors and then finally to EVs. So then when Ather Energy wanted to expand their business, they came and met me and they asked me, would you be interested in starting this business? This was about 2.5 years ago. And we said, we will look at that. Ather was then doing about 1,500 vehicles. About 2.5 years ago. Now they're touching 13 to 15,000 vehicles a month. We said that's the best brand to get into. So we took that. We have 3 outlets in Bangalore. The 4th is underway and 1 in Mangalore. Very interesting business. The second one that we chose was Switch Mobility, which is a subsidiary of the Ashok Leyland company. They came and asked me, can we set up this business in Karnataka? So like morning Nitin presented, a lot of state transport units are running under huge losses because the cost of running a diesel bus is 95 to 100 rupees per kilometer, whereas the cost of running an EV bus is about 50 rupees. Okay? So the losses come down, there's no capex for the state transport units, and it's only OPEX. So we bid for the Karnataka business, BMTC business. We won the contract for 300 vehicles. So Switch has another operating company called Om Mobility. They bought the Om Mobility runs the buses, and we handle all the service operations. That means the battery management systems, and the charging systems. We have 3 depots. We have 300 buses running there, and each bus runs about 220 kilometers a day. On a charging basis, it takes 5.5 hours. So the challenges that we faced while is recruitment of people, because our technicians are not used to working in night shifts. They work from 9 to 5, but in the case of Switch, the bus leaves at 6 in the morning and comes back at 10 in the night. So we got to work between 10 to 4 in the morning trying to repair these buses and making sure that the buses are right on time. So there was very, very high attrition. 40% of the technicians left because they were not used to working in the night. So we had to train them, talk to them, and slowly the attrition came down. And then I realized that the going forward, public transport is going to be completely electric. The government, Karnataka government gave a subsidy of 33 lakhs. The central government, that is the Department of Ministry of Heavy Industry, gave 67 lakhs. But going forward, these subsidies will be removed, but the electric journey will start, like one of, I think, Mr. Giri or Maxon spoke about. The 3 fastest segments which EV adoption would take place is 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, as well as public transport. And I strongly believe this is going to happen. And what we looked at as far as Altigreen is concerned, we again found, we scanned the market and said, which is the best product to partner with? And we found that Altigreen is the best. So knowing Amitabh, we tied up with him, and probably we were the first dealer in September of last year when we opened. We've opened our second outlet in Mysore. Now, how do you build a business? So we looked at segments. I sat with my team, Avinash and Adarsh, and we looked at various segments as to how to attack it. We looked at pharma, we looked at food, we looked at meat, we looked at, delivery of food to home, delivery of groceries to home. So we started working with a couple of segments. I'm glad to inform you, we signed a contract with a company which is into meat for 1,300 vehicles. And we were selling about 30, 40 vehicles. Our sale has now gone up to 200 plus in the last, we started in September, And last month we delivered 200 plus, and this month also we're delivering 200 plus. What's happening is the B2B business is growing, logistics companies are buying, and a lot of food companies have shown a lot of interest in picking it up. We don't sell it to the companies as such. People like Delivery, Magenta, and other logistics companies are buying these vehicles. So what they really require is good service level agreements. So what I found is, in this system, we don't have trained manpower. So since I'm running an educational institution, I went back to these manufacturers and said, hey, listen, the future is going to be mechatronics and EVs. How can you help me to get trained technicians for that? So I signed up with MG Motors. They have a program called MD in Nurture. So we're running a 5-month program in our engineering college, the RV College of Engineering, to train technicians and service advisors on how to handle EVs, the low voltage, the high voltage, and the battery management systems. So we curated a program, and we started it last year. So I sent a few of our boys to go and work there so that they would learn, so that they could start working both in my two-wheeler, three-wheeler, and the bus division. Similarly, we tied up with MBRDI, the Mercedes-Benz R&D. They have 15,000 engineers working out of Bangalore. It's the largest research center that they have. They're doing a lot of work on EVs and future technologies. So we have an EV module and a mechanical module running with them. It's a 1-year program, so we spoke to people in dealerships, and they sent boys to us, so we get trained there. It's now 5 years since we've opened. We've tied up with another company called Dreves Mobility. Okay, they had a product called Ampere. I used to be on their board. When we took over this Coimbatore-based company about 2.5 years ago, they were selling only 60 vehicles a month. Today, Dreves is selling about 9,000 scooters a month, doing extremely well. And, I just left the board because there was a private equity investor from Dubai, a family office from the Middle East, which invested into it. Along with him, we set up an EV lab, which is to show children, the engineering graduates, about EV and to explore, give it to them as an elective subject. And finally, we want to introduce a course on EVs because this is the future. This is how the world is changing. Like Nitin said, and Amitabh said, Debashish, and our friends from Magenta and Flipkart said, the TCO makes a lot of sense to the customer, and it's simple mathematics. When you compare it against, an LNG or a diesel vehicle, he saves 30%. When you compare it to a four-wheeler, he saves 40%. And that money, they are from the poorest sections of the society running this. They will be owner-cum-drivers or fleet operators, and it all costs money. Well, I was talking to a lot of these B2B businesses. One of the top costs that they have is, how do I reduce my transportation cost? Because diesel, maintenance, etc. is very expensive. And they have a price point. I will give the vehicle so many trips, and this is the total amount that I'm going to pay for it. So therefore, I thought it makes a lot of sense to get into this EV business. So friends, I want to keep it short. I just gave you a bird's eye view of what we are doing as a group. And I strongly and firmly believe that maybe in a year's time, a year and a half's time, we should be selling 400 to 500 vehicles just from our dealership in Bangalore on the EV front. The adoption of EV has been good, thanks to Karnataka being a great educational hub and the people in Karnataka embrace technology in a very fast manner when compared to many other cities. And the government policies have also been good. A lot of fast charging stations are coming up, and even on the highways, fast charging stations are coming up. So I think we are all in the right business. And one of the most important things, like what both our friends from the industry said, have trained people, because that's the key of making it successful. And have a few vehicles so that we could do seeding, like Debashish said, maybe to the bakery and the food industry, could be to the pharma industry, could be other industries. Put a few vehicles, get those vehicles back, you earn a little bit of rent, you can get it financed from banks, and the business can move on. The other important challenge that we've been facing is funding for B2C customers. Okay, I think Debashish and his team are working with many banks to sort that out. We had the same problem 2.5 years ago where we were selling Ather scooters. Today, all the banks fund them. So I think going forward, this business is going to evolve, and it will evolve in a very fast, rapid manner. With these few words, I would like to thank Amitabh and his team for the dealer conference. And Amitabh, we look forward as a dealer body for more and more products from you, so that our business will become much more robust and vibrant. Thank you, Amitabh.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shyam. Thank you, sir. Take a seat. Thanks, Dr. Shyam. With that, our next dealer partner who will be sharing the experience is Mr. K.S. Chima, Chairman and Managing Director, K.S. Chima Group of Companies, a dynamic professional and successful entrepreneur with formal education in management and law. He has been awarded with Champion of Change in the category of Social Welfare by the Government of Haryana. Experience of 16 years in automobile dealership. He owns Mercedes-Benz, Ather Energy, and Carvale Upshore. He is affiliated with the Ascent Foundation, GCCI, SGCCI, Vada, Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa. He also has business in mining and stone crushing, real estate development, and construction and logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's welcome. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm standing between now and your lunch, so bear with me for some time. I won't keep you hungry for long. You all guys had a lot of stories to tell, but I'm a product of those stories. Whatever happened in my life happened by accident, not happened by choice. I was born to a very poor family, and I was born to a Jat Sikh family. So Jat Sikhs are known, first do the things and then think why. And that's what I did in my life. And poors have no choices, they do what they get to do. So every time I changed my profession, it just happened. Like I started working as a waiter in the hotel in Delhi way back in 1977. And I saw an advertisement in the newspaper, vacancies for Indian Air Force pilots. So I just wrote, joined Indian Air Force, flew MiGs, crashed one of those, and then again choice was, do I fly transport aircraft or do I leave? So I said, if I can't make money, might well do something else. If I can't fly MiGs, let me make money. So then I again became a student from class 1 officer to a student, joined Government Law College, Bombay, became a lawyer, practiced for 16 years in Bombay. And I can say that I was a successful lawyer. Financial Times Bangalore rated me as a legal, Economic Times rated me as the best lawyer, and Reliance gave me a credit of being most productive lawyer. One day I was driving from my home to the bar, and I was listening to Ram Jethmalani interview on BBC. And the interviewer asked him, what exactly is lawyer doing? He says, we are chowkidars. We protect people's wealth. So that hit me. I said, no, I don't want to be protector of wealth. I want to be creator of wealth. And I changed over from legal profession to a corporate world. So my first job was with the Ispat Industries, Mittal family, Lakshmi, Pramod and Vinod. Worked with them for 2 years, but somehow our ethics did not match. So I switched over again, went over to Oman, joined a group called Omjas Group of Companies, which is a conglomerate of 77 companies. They basically produce everything human being requires, and they serve everybody for every need. So 40 of those companies are listed on the stock exchange, including Oman International Bank, Muscat Finance, Muscat Insurance, etc. Rest were privately held. So from a legal profession, I became a project developer. I set up the world-scale methanol plant, first time in the history of Oman, of $1 billion. I couldn't even calculate the zeros, how many zeros are in a million and billion, to be honest. But learned along the way and worked with them for 12 years as a group executive director, legal and projects. In 2010, Harsh Mariwala visited Muscat. He was hosted by Embassy. And he spoke about who the entrepreneurs are. And I think I would like you to take to the next slide. So this is what he said. Entrepreneur is a person who wants to leave a footprint in the society. He wants to transform lives. He wants to create a meaning, and he's so focused on the meaning that nothing scares him. The only thing that drives him is his goal, and that goal lays the road he makes. The entrepreneur is someone who invented the phrase, I can. This is what excited me, and I says, I want to walk this path. And I think I'm so happy that each one of you sitting here today is exactly following this when you are signed up with Altigreen. You want to make a difference. We all want to leave footprint in the society when we leave, and it's our own way of contributing. So I became an entrepreneur in 2012, came back to India, started with the real estate, expanded into mining and crushing, and in 2009, we became the dealer of Mercedes-Benz. So it's only 3.5 years or 4 years we are into automobile. We started from a single dealership in Nagpur, selling around 15 cars a month, both POC and new car put together. And in a span of 3 years, today, last calendar year, we have sold 657 Mercedes. And today we have around 14 outlets of automobile, 2 of Altigreen, 4 of Ather, 3 of Mercedes, 1 of BYD, and 4 of Kawale. Our conviction to sign with Altigreen was 2 gentlemen here, Amitabh and Debashish. Debashish because he could sell, and Amitabh he could build. And when I met him first, Debashish scared me. You're not going to make money. So I said, well, we are into the business of making money. You should change this statement. You are not going to make money shortly. We will make money, we know that. So our visions and mission matched quite a bit with Altigreen's vision and mission. And if you can share the next slide, please, our core values. So these are my core values when I set up a business. We hire, retain, and develop the best. So all of you have been talking about trained manpower, trained people. This is what we believe in. We invest very heavily into this, and we aspire to become a great place to work in time to come. We always customer first is our approach. And I think today, if you look at our Altigreen team in Ahmedabad, as he said, 6 o'clock at the Daba, we are serving them tea, and 6:30 in the evening, we are serving them poha. So that's how we reach our customers. We know B2B is the key for making money today, but unless we strive to be successful in retail and B2C, we are not here for long. So I think the real game changer would be retail and B2C. Yes, B2B contributes significantly to our money. Grow customers, grow revenue, grow profit. So we will be lying if we say we don't want profit. We are working towards that, and I will have few demands from them by end of this presentation. Practice passion, empathy, discipline, integrity, and transparency. So these are our core practices we do. And we believe in writing down everything for us what we want to achieve. So if you take me to the next slide, please. We have very clearly written down what our vision is. To occupy customers' mind space as a distinguished business house known for its ethics, integrity, honesty, quality, and punctuality. So if you look at each of these words, they come from 5 careers I had. Punctuality comes from armed forces, quality comes from serving the corporate world, integrity, of course, I'm born to a Jat Sikh family, I'm not supposed to lie, and ethics is a part of that. And our mission is be an organization of substance, committed to change stakeholders' lives by delivering smiles. So I think Altigreen helps us to fulfill that mission. Garnet is our automotive division, which was set up in 2019. So again, we have to occupy customers' mind space as a distinguished automobile dealer by practicing high business ethics and delivering smiles. So delivering smile is our company slogan. Whomever we deal with, be it a banker, be it an employee, and be it our customer, we ensure that he goes back smiling. And each smiling individual stakeholder generates at least 10 customers. And our Garnet mission, again, I said we put everything in writing. By 2025, we want to sell 6,000 vehicles, and we want to service 50,000 vehicles every year. So since morning, I think all of you said that you are because of what dealers are, and we want to grow together. So I have few questions for you, think over. How can you help dealer to make money? We are invested with you, we know we are not going to make quickly. Like you have ESOPs for most of your employees, why don't you start DSOP for the dealers? So give us an option to invest with you as and when the opportunity rises. I think that will make us committed to the company for long. So whenever you go for a next round of funding, please give preference to the dealers, maybe at a reasonable price. 2, give us opportunity to grow with you. As you said, you want to come closer to the markets. And you want to have assembly lines at a couple of locations in India. I think there are enough people with reasonable mindset and the money who want to partner with you. I'm definitely one of them. If you remember, our very first day meeting was, how can I invest with you and we can grow? So if you want to set up assembly lines in Central India or West India, please shout, I'm available. And we have already started working in that directions. We'll show you what we have done. Thirdly, how can you support dealer in increasing their profitability immediately? I think the margin we have is very minuscule. Making 15,000, 20,000 margins on a vehicle, and you might not believe it, but we have to pass on part of it, at least to the retail customers. They expect that. So with 15,000 margin on a vehicle will take time to make us sustainable. I think develop the ways and means where we can make more money. Today, Ether, when I do a financing for the vehicle, I get 2.5% payout. When I do an insurance for a vehicle, I get almost 45% of the premium they pay. So there are also electric vehicles. If banks are willing to fund them and pay out to the dealers, I'm sure you can drive that path. Maybe initially it's difficult, but electricity financing or electric vehicle financing is not a myth anymore. There are enough banks that are willing to fund. Question is, we need to give them confidence. You as a manufacturer need to give this confidence to them that our product is here to last. And we as a dealer have to give them a confidence that we are here to serve our customers. So I think let's both of us work together and make this dealer community a profitable community. Otherwise, businessmen will not stay for long. They might say anything, they might make any stories, but if I don't make money from a business, I will not stay longer. Yes, I know the gestation period, we are committed to that. So that's all I had to say. You are doing a great work. Looking at your facility gave us further confidence. I think we are also the best performer in last quarter in West India. So that gives us a lot of confidence that we are on the right path. Your team has been exceptionally good sport, right from your sales team, your workshop team, your dealer network. I think they're second to none. So we wish you all the best, and we wish our dealer community all the best going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please take your seat. Thanks to our dealer partners. Thank you for sharing your experience. Thank you. With that, yes, we do come to an end of this event. I request Mr. Prashant Shankeshwar, Head Network Development, to please come on stage to propose the vote of thanks. And stay with us. We do have a group picture. We would love to capture this moment. For now, requesting Mr. Prashant to come on stage.
Hello. Very good afternoon to each and every one of you. First of all, I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for sparing your time, your valuable time here. And see, I've hosted many conferences in my life, but for the first time, I saw 100% attendance from the dealer network. You know, so. some of you flew abroad, took the early morning flight, landed 4 a.m. So it actually means a lot to us. Yeah. Again, once again, thank you very much. I'd also thank our founders and leadership team because they signed the budget paper to host all of you in this nice place. See, we said, in 30 inauguration where Dr. Saran and Debashish went all across India, everywhere we got genuine care, respect, and that actually came out of from the heart, and and they said only one thing, it is our time to express that genuinity, compassion to our dealer fraternity, because that is what we stand for. And that's the reason, again, once again, thank you for that. I would also like to thank all my colleagues in the business organization, in the plant, in the administration, who actually worked tirelessly. This was our first conference, so everybody wanted to set a bar, and everybody was under that high pressure bar to deliver the best, and everyone tirelessly worked for this. It was again a genuine effort from all of us to try to make this event a success. I thank each one of you. Some of are not here. All our purchase team, sales, they contributed, and also a lot of midnight oils were burned to put this whole presentation. So thank you very much. I think picture bhi baki hai, khatam nahi hui hai. That means we value each one of you for trust and confidence in Altigreen as a brand, and we will continue to work with you to grow this brand and customer base in leaps and bounds. So many more such events, occasions will be there in future. And also both Debashish and Dr. Saran had showed you a lot of excitement. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised when Dr. Amitabh said, because none of us in the company also didn't know, but you have the privilege to see it for the first time, along with all of us. So what he showed. So once again, thank you. So with this, once again, I think we are closing. I genuinely once again thank our first investor, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Giri, Mr. Lewis, for your presence and enriching our overall knowledge about the subject. And it gives a lot of confidence that you also stay with us to, bolden us and also help us in expanding our business. So again, thank you once again. So yes, I'm done from my side, and we'll all join for the group photo.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll take like few seconds to set up the stage for the group photograph. Then I will request all of you to come forward for the group photo. Let's capture this special day.
Check, check.
just accommodate height-wise. Yeah, yeah. Some can sit here or stand here, whichever is comfortable. Then we'll have the second line here and the third line here. Come, all of you. So the taller people at the back. Sorry, no discrimination, but sorry, this is better from a point of good shot. Yeah, yeah, please. All of you.
You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels.
Thank you, sir.
With that, I would like to say thanks to everyone who is present here and requesting all of you to proceed for the lunch. Have a great lunch. Have a fantastic day. Have a lovely day. Thank you all once again.